And it is all obvious that the key purpose of this forum is to reflect and to realize of how small and medium enterprises behave in this environment. And the series of panel discussions is designed to address these issues. Our session is called Respond. There are two parallel sessions, Recover and Renew. That's why within our discussion we will try to answer the question to what extent we obviously are ready to address a pandemic, a small and medium enterprise with our panelists, and what are our further responses to the business to make all it happen in this complicated environment. So I'd like to thank city administration for organizing this forum, and I'd like to give a floor for welcoming speech to the head of the entrepreneurship of Almaty, Orazalin. Thank you very much for the words.
Жук. И вкратце хотелось бы, наверное, сакцентировать внимание на позициях, вот как мы уже.
And now I'd like to emphasize the following thing, because we are ushering at a final stage of summarizing the results of 2020. There is only 1 month left before the new year, and the main key indicators which remain positive in the city of Almaty demonstrates an efficiency, the efficiency of adopted measures by the government, as well as the capability of businesses to respond to the current environment. And it seems that the city still remains attractively in terms of investment, This is demonstrated by the figures, which are around 720 billion KZT at the end of 10 months, and now we will have the indicators of 11 months, and there will be more than 800 billion KZT. And around 110%. This is the growth which demonstrate that large, small and medium investment projects in the city are being successfully implemented. Another indicator is transforming industry. This year, at the end of 10 months, this indicator has been 105.3%, which is higher in general in terms of the city's industry, which is at the level of 104%, including utilities, gas, water supply, and electricity. If we only have a look at the production rate itself, in terms of the transformation industry, this indicator demonstrates a positive dynamics of growth at 5%. Majorly, it happened due to implementation of large projects on the industrial area. As city mayor noticed, Hyundai plant of 128 billion KZT worth have been launched, and this is a new area of the automobile cluster, and we are supporting all the projects in this regard, and we wish every success in this regard. This is not the only project which was implemented this year. On the territory of industrial zone, there are extra 5% which belong to medium extra level, and the enterprises which are operating on the territory of the city, they don't stay still. Within the pandemic, they continued operations, and all the plans with regard to the expansion and modernization and upgrading have been done. In the Casfero, steel and metallurgy sector, and a number of others. We also expect by the end of the year, in December, 6 projects to launch. 4 out of them, 4 belong to the industrial area. A great specific weight of investment portfolio is occupied by the construction sector, whose share accounts for 50% of investments, and due to the fact that the construction did not suspend, this sector demonstrates a high dynamics. At the same time, I'd like to know that as compared to the spring and autumn period, many construction enterprises were concerned about it. They openly claimed like they will conserve their projects, they will suspend their projects for a few years, but given the fact that there is a great demand from the population, they continue operating and they continue constructing quite actively. For example, BI Group, as compared to spring, it was constructing 3 facilities and now started 4 extra projects. These are the main indicators which demonstrates the stability and gives business confidence to the enterprises. We also note the diminishing indicators of the commodities turnover and services turnover. In this regard, in the past 10 years, this indicator has diminished by 16%, and since spring, summer, spring, and autumn, every month we do our own polling activity in addition to entrepreneurial polling. These are the trade malls, trade houses, catering centers, and other type of services like laundries, barbershops, and hairdressing shops. The situation is worse here because the diminishing can be more than 50% for the facilities which belong to small and micro businesses. Unfortunately, there are also many cases of optimization of personnel, of hired employees, lays off of people, and in this regard, in addition to the measures, Republican measures, which have been during the emergency and quarantine measures, as well as the measures taken by the government, at the level of the city administration, the systematic steps for 21, 22, 23 are being developed, which would allow us to stabilize the category of entrepreneurs, of small enterprises, small businesses, which form of what we are proud of, what makes Almaty city different. During the discussion, we'll be able to dwell on these plans. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Magulov Nurlan Erkebulanovich, the founder of Astana Group Holding. Nurlan Erkebulanovich, I think that this sphere of business, the entertainment sphere where you are in, is the most affected by coronavirus pandemic, because the quarantine measures are struggling. The quarantine measures are impacting on your clients, on your business. 38% of businesses are in critical, desperate state, and around 500,000 small and medium enterprises are working in quarantine measures which are restricting for them. Could you please tell us to what extent does your area struggle with quarantine measures and trying to survive? Could you please share with us your quarantine measures and how you are doing, or how you are improving the situation, how you are getting it right? Nolan Irbadovich, sorry, we can't hear you. Mr. Nurlan Smagulov. Okay, colleagues. Nurlan Erkebulanovich. Does English channel work? And the second Russian doesn't. The first channel doesn't. Okay. Okay, let's get the sound problem right, or Shall we wait until it is all right? Or let's try to involve a discussion while Nurlan is trying to get rid of this technical problem. I'd like to give the representative from Magnum, Nurlan Osmanic. Azamat Muratovich. Azamat Muratovich, good afternoon. So let's wait until our colleagues get the sound issues right. I'd like to give a floor to Kazakh Invest representative. Borjan Mirambikovic. I think there are some critical sound issues. We can't hear any of the speakers. So there's no other choice but to support the discussion while our technical team is trying to get rid of technical problems. If we are talking about Almaty, there were some horrible headings in the media, like after the second wave of coronavirus, around 50% of businesses and as well as the entities and shops which are located in trade malls will not open their doors. So we did some air broadcasting with experts which claimed like around 50% of entities did not come back to their normal operation. So to what extent will the impact of that will be the losses critical? According to our polling results, so the main turnout of tenants was 50% in summer in the markets. In trade malls, mostly the owners decided to hire personnel, as they used to employ 50% before, but now they have around 2 out of 3 people which are hired, and they try to optimize their cost as much as they could. First and foremost, it is all impacted on the reduction of revenues of personnel which is engaged in services. According to the statistics, the total number is 200 or 300,000 people. So in this regard, I would like to know the following thing, is that in taxes revenue, in taxes income, if we consider 2 trillion KZT, around 70 billion KZT is lost. This is around 4 or 5%, and by the end of the year we expect the losses of 100 billion KZT. I think this is mostly relevant to the social environment, to the social area. Those people who lost their revenues, their income, do not know what to do next. And I'd like to first and foremost thank all the owners of trade malls, large commercial centers, large commercial industry, who understood their existing situation, and we understood that we have to jointly look for the ways out. they decrease their rental rate by 5%. Ilana Kabalanovic will just now tell us more about it. Ilana Kabalanovic, can you hear us well? Yes, I'm really happy that we were able to establish the communication. Okay, I'd like to repeat that question because the trade malls, I consider it as the systematic in this value chain and the most affected by quarantine measures. So could you tell us about your practice of anti-crisis management and to what extent these losses are considerable for your clients and for your business? Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear friends. As of today, this calendar year, we have worked 335 days. Out of this number, 130 days trade malls were idle. In Nur-Sultan, I think even more, 150 days from these two harsh lockdowns. And then on Saturday, Sunday, and afterwards, the trade malls started their operation. For our owners to normalize their work of the trade mall. They were heard, but it was not quite sustainable for the doctors and for the ones who took these measures of setting quarantine measures, but we decided not to make tenants pay bills as well as operational costs. We provided them discounts for renting. If you are talking about the problems of trade malls, I would like not to dwell on the problems but on the developers, because our network will be able to support with help this strike. We will be able to pay out the salaries to our employees, but I'd like to focus more on the work of our tenants, because these are the representatives of small and medium enterprises, and they are really suffering very sensitively of these quarantine measures. Theaters, cinemas, even in this case, they were allowed to work, but in very harsh and very strict limitations, and some cinemas are in disparate state. Even food halls are not allowed to work because we restrict the number of places and the tables. This restriction was made in Russia, for example. These disposable dishes, waiters and gloves, and restriction of other food halls facilities, and still this sector is not that much regulated. So I would like to know the attention to the fact that we were supported by the government in terms of refinancing of our debts, for debts, the small of medium enterprises, or re-subsidizing the credit balances. And as we can see, the most of our tenants, they don't have credit lines. These are small and medium enterprises with no credit lines, and such support for them is needless. But if other tenants had been given the support of paying salaries for their employees, it would have been really contributing. I think this situation will improve, and now we see that there is a good stream of population. We provide for all sanitary measures, and standards are observed with these tiplovisors, with sanitizers and others. And the habits of Almaty citizens and the habits of Astana citizens is that they go to trade malls. And I hope that we will be able to get the situation right. I hope that city administration, the sanitary doctors, tenants, and other stakeholders would sit just to the round table and develop the number of joint activities, just not to harm the health of our employees, and at the same time not to lose the business. Because all these flea markets, green markets, and other markets are in operation mode, and the regime of sanitary measures leaves much to be desired. This is all with it comes to trade malls, and if you give me the floor, I'll tell you more about Astana Motors.
So our next question is to our entrepreneurs chamber or Kazakh investor, to Mr. Sadbayev. We would like to ask you about investments, but it is not an easy question, but it is still a good sign for your current work for foreign direct investment according to our questions. Please tell us what is the mood of your investors, of your partners, when it should be starting a point for entering the Kazakhstani market for direct investment. If it is good, if it is a good market, please share. So, Baujan Mirambekovich, please, are you with me? So what? At the moment, we are not listening to Baujan Mirambekovich. Our next speaker, Mr. Abil Sheikov, first Deputy Director of the National Entrepreneur Chamber of Kazakhstan, Atamiken. So the Entrepreneurs Chamber of Kazakhstan played a great role just to conduct a lot of studies to structure the economy of Kazakhstan and to develop the economy of Kazakhstan, to make a proposal for the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan just to shape the anti-crisis measure. Please, can you explain, can you share with us how the coordination through the chamber was done? Great, thank you very much. Glad to see you through the screen. It is good for me to explain. It was really a hard year, not only for Kazakhstan Republic, but this was a situation for the whole world because of the pandemics. Since February, we started to implement some measures with Almaty city, also for the whole republic, and we started with a hard lockdown. We closed all the borders. We tried to make borders for our cities, and it was also the questions how to enable the growth for our industry. All these kind of measures played our economy down, and we had great questions from sides the business, and we heard a lot of that the trends were very negative. But since the March to our now situation, we had a growth of 3%, of 3% more entrepreneurs in our statistics. So 37,000 more new enterprises. We just discussed with some of our colleagues. We tried to distinguish why we had so much more entrepreneurs starting their new business. It was not actually a situation that some of the entrepreneurs started some new businesses, and some of them are open to or 20, 30 new companies. Of course, it was a point of our discussion, and we would like to include all these trends into the anti-crisis measures of our governments. So there is also some different opinions on how the medical measures are in place and how they are trying to develop or not develop the business. And because of the lockdown, it was a different situation with quarantine measures. So we had 23 new regulations in place for the whole republic or for some different regions, and we had some different regulations. So every 3 days we had new regulations. So it is not a measure which is helping to develop our business. At the moment, it is not easier to work for an entrepreneur in these situations. And with this opinion, I would be seeing the situation in general. So please let's speak about the investments. We are now at the Almaty Investment Forum, and at the moment I cannot share that since the last investment forum in 2019 we had our major goal to include the investments into our main topic, and we discussed it since last year. At the moment, we had 300 million tenge foreign direct investments flowing into Kazakhstan, and at the moment we have also a situation that we have a crowd investments in our future, in our economy. The same situation we have also in Great Britain, in the USA, and these questions have a good volume of investment coming into our country. I think this topic needs to be studied more and more, and after the pandemic will be over, it could be a good source of investment. It could be a good jump for our entrepreneurs. I would like to just ask the questions. We will be talking about the optimistic measures next, but what is the response of our business? What is the questions? You had some proposals to the government. You have the proposals how to have less taxes, how to have the stimulus for the business. And also the payment to the people of 34,500. What is now at the agenda? What is the next round of the support of the business for the next year? What is also the explanation of why it is growing, why the amount of the entrepreneurs are growing in Kazakhstan? Is it actually because of the 3 years tax freement of our Kazakhstan's small business? Yes, since March we had a round of different proposals. They are at the moment finished, and now some of the entrepreneurs are already in favor of these supportive measures, and we have at the moment a lot of people which are paying more than 1 million of taxes, and they are also growing. I think some of them are still there. Some of them are receiving this additional money, some of them are receiving the diminishing less taxes paying to the tax authorities. We need to clarify the situation. We will be discussing this during our forum, and our position which we are representing to our government will be based on this situation. We will be proposing the same measures to our government. So Janar Madieva is joining us from the side of health systems of Kazakhstan, from our health ministry, and she is there to enable the health support to our government, and to how to play both cards to help people and to help business. What is your opinion? Yes, please. Good morning to everybody. We have now a stable situation in Almaty, but sometimes it is like a wave. growing and falling. We have this under control. We have 3 new clinics for coronavirus patients, and 2 of them were built with private investments. We have different zones in our clinics. We have different steps, first, second, and third. The very endangered patients are kept alone. We have 114 clinics, and some of them are working according to our state support. They are in place and they are working to our patients, helping in this situation to keep the situation stable. Thank you very much, Shana Alkimbekovna, for this exact information. Mr. Asmanov, Asmanov from Magnum. So your stores, your Magnum's supermarkets were playing a huge, good role to provide the support with all the goods, fast-moving consumer goods. Can you share about your situation, about your practice of anti-crisis management? Thank you very much, Rahim. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes, we had some struggles because of this pandemic, because of this crisis. It was a huge punch to our business model, and in our sub-retail situation, in our sub-retail of market, our chain were actually doing the same work with all of the clients, with all of the suppliers, which are more than 1,500. In Kazakhstan, it is also good, it is also bad on both sides. We had a lot of supplies at our stores, but this chain should not be stopped. And actually, in the developed world, they have more turnover in comparison with us, and actually we saw from pictures from abroad that some of the stores were emptied by the customers, but this was not the situation at our stores. We had some demand, and we had also some reviews of the situations. We just tried to propose for the future what is needed in the what is needed in the in our stores, and we tried to see what is needed, and we are now in the dialogue with our city center, city authorities, and also we provide some social goods needed for our social protected people. We also have a price monitoring systems for these social important goods, and I think we are now at a better situation than before, and we are running the business like before. We implemented some additional measures. We had a center, anti-crisis center, and we were also available for all of our partners, and we included also the state authorities. We had also the direct communication with Nariman, direct communication with Atamikan. I think it is a good communication level and synergy level. We do not need to stop this. We do need to do even more with our colleagues. I think the colleagues from our state authorities, they need to plan this accordingly with our neighbors, with our colleagues, because all the borders were just closed, and we didn't receive goods from abroad, and with our local suppliers we do not have enough volume. So please think about the foreign direct investment, and if it will be positive things because of our current suppliers. So please think about the current local suppliers, and please do not bring so many goods to our country from abroad. So let's develop our local business. Let's compete at the equal level, and bigger player, they are developing fast, and the smaller ones, they are struggling still. And a lot of people are just looking to our market. They wanted to introduce a local entity at our market, and so please, the people from the government needs to be cautious and needs to be good with this. So, Azamat Maratovich, I think I heard in the news that big chain of Peterochka, Перекресток, Карусель, they are really big in Russia, and I think it is actually what you mentioned just now. What is the right proposal for the government to make this competition worse, to make this competition good, and not to destroy our local business? What is the right balance? What do you think? Yes, we talked a lot with the government in this regard, and we stay in a good dialogue with them. At the moment, the situation with X5 retail group is under our consideration, and we just think about how to deploy this, how to include already there. We are selling them. Almost 50% of all goods sold at our stores are from Russia. And also, let's see the situation for that. It is really a lot of goods that are sold through our systems. And please, I think it is really a dangerous sign, because also not only X5 retail group are coming to us, also Carrefour wanted to enter the market to Kazakhstan. So please, let's see this situation as a question to our business. So it will be better to see this in as really a question to our business. So if X5 retail group will be doing well, so it will be actually the same goods at the shelves of a lot of supermarkets, and they will be having the different prices. Actually, we have no
apologies for interrupting you, but there is a requirement of supplying 30% of domestic products, domestic goods in the shelves. Yes, but I'd like to repeat that Russian players can easily find ways to bypass these norms, because their production in Russia, it is all enough to open a branch, to open a representative office, and they will be able to establish the localization, but it will be quite conditional. And I don't think that Russian networks will come on the territory of the Republic and it will all be localized. But when you are talking about unequal possibilities, are you talking about the potential, Azamat? Yes, I'm talking about that. I'm referring to it. If you are talking about the top 3 Russian retailer players, they issue the bills to the 8% maximum, 8%, 6.8 in rubles, and the opening a representation office and the the speed, the pace of it is faster, and the time required for us to, as domestic producers and domestic players, retail players, we will have to have several years in advance to come up to one unit, to one store, or to one shop. Azamat Muradovich, and the last question I'd like to ask you, could you please share your internal indicators that would suggest about the purchasing power, because this crisis really impacted the consumer. So what is the average basket, or what is the average purchasing power in your network, given the fact that our network has always been developing in a larger format, which is now suffering from several problems. The format itself has a trend of moving to the other, because a consumer goes from a bigger format to easier format, because you have traffic jams and people prefer to go to small stores rather than to the big ones. First thing. And second is accessibility. The average purchasing power decreased, and people decided to take small and medium formats, but in absolute terms, the purchasing power diminished by 20%, and in a coming 1.5 years, we don't see any further trend for restore and purchasing power recovery for all the players in food market. The ones who played in medium average segment, they became premium. Economic segment became economic minus. So we see this shift, and this formula works for every evolutional jump and every evolutional strike to the pocket of our consumer. Azamat Muradovich, given the fact that consumer habits mostly turn to the delivery service of foods and other products, I think your industry is quite stressful because of diminishing of the purchasing power and advent of of the competitors from the CIS country. So yes, if you're talking about e-commerce, for big food retailer, it is an important strategically, but this is a perspective of the coming 3 or 5 years. During the pandemic, we started off from delivery services from April, and there was a growth of 5%. There was a five-fold growth, and people are really surprised of the growth dynamics. But still, we can't claim about any substantial growth in the revenue. We provide for e-commerce from 6% of our revenue, so the trend is quite positive in general. But if you refer to feasibility and viability of these investments, this is a long-term investments. Thank you very much, Azamat Muradovich. Our next speaker is ex-advisor of Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Alparslan Korkmaz. Please, could you please assess the situation, the way the government formed the set of anti-crisis measures to support small and medium enterprises, and what suggestions, what piece of advice would you give to support business in 20?
For giving me the word this morning. I would like to first of all greet all my brothers and sisters from Kazakhstan, from Istanbul. Kazakhstan is a country that I really have in my heart, and it's the place of my ancestors. So that's why I want to share some views this morning with you. First, I will have the company approach and then the state approach, you alone. First of all, we live in a very extraordinary situation, etymologically, the meaning of the word, because we are really out of the ordinary. And these are the moments where we need to make fast decisions, that we need to be calm. So as companies, I always suggest to companies that I consult, but also that I manage, that we should obviously first think to the safety of our collaborators, but we must never lose customer from focus. And in crisis moments, follow very closely the financials is also a key approach. Why? Because in crisis moments, cash is king. And I think all managers, all company owners do know this. Then I also suggest to companies to create B plans in supply chain, because you never know what is going to come afterwards. But as I said, we need to be calm and develop quality like resilience. And this is coming only with confidence. Confidence obviously from the entrepreneur side, but also from the messages provided by our authorities and states. And I think keywords are also flexibility and creativity. We must find new solutions. I was delighted to hear several participants before me explaining the way they coped and they had to adapt and maybe approach the new way of business. And to summarize maybe the company perspective, I love this sentence, which is, we must keep the lights on. So if we close down shops, if we close down businesses, if everything stops, then the crisis is going to be deeper. So it's always an arbitrage, a balance between measures, but on the same time having the lights on. We must have the lights on. So this is very important, I think. From the state perspective, I think some mistakes have been made. For instance, if I look to some European countries in a very mixed up and contradictory communication methodology. So this is not helping. When some countries, I don't want to mention them, but in Europe, provided one message and 2 weeks later another message, this is mixing the head also of population and companies. That's why I said in the beginning, we must make, unfortunately, fast decisions, but stay calm. And this communication of the states are first of all helping the moral and the mindset of the people. This is very important. But the state has obviously as a first objective in this pandemic, health of its population. So health is number one priority. But health comes also with support to economy. Because if economy is depreciating and going down and down, this will have a vicious circle and cycle also on the health, mental health of population, of business, etc. So here, my suggestion is that national economy, national tissue should be the first priority of any state and Kazakhstan at this very moment, first. Second, SME supports. SMEs are the backbone of any kind of countries and economies. So SME support through sometimes financial measures, but through sometimes also maybe additional measures like unemployment insurances or temporary measures to support employment are key matters. And also I would like to draw the attention on few sectors. Few sectors suffer much more than others. I mean, tourism and leisure, civil aviation, civil maritimes, automotive sectors, etc. These sectors or consumers' goods, shopping centers have suffered tremendously. But on the other hand, food processing and therefore agriculture are sectors are sectors which are increasing and have increased and have to be maybe in the attention of the state. Medical supply and personal care, ICT and e-commerce, this was mentioned before, and education and training support, maybe to adapt also population to new ways of doing business. For instance, I heard the example of classical businesses transforming pretty fast towards e-commerce, because e-commerce has increased tremendously in the last year, obviously. Now, to conclude, as Almaty is also organizing this forum, and I have fantastic fond memories of Almaty, and I know that Almaty is a very interesting ICT cluster. I think ICT technologies, information communication technologies, are going to be one of the key assets of strong players in the following decade. Almaty can play a very interesting role in this for Kazakhstan, but not only for Kazakhstan in the process of digitalization, but also for all the region. So in a nutshell, this was my first intervention. If you have comments or questions, please, you are most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Korkmaz. Давайте поговорим немного о...
And now let's talk about the features of several industries. I'd like to ask Nurlan Kibulanovich, whose business was also there in the automotive industry production. This is a complicated thing to develop the industry as well as increasing the localization. I know that the investment process stopped, and how does automotive industry behave, and what are the perspectives for further development? Thank you very much for your question. The automotive industry this year is being developed in a stable way despite lockdown. Kazakhstani people buy cars in different segments, both in democratic prices, I would say, the cost-effective cars as well as the luxury cars, and this provides for a stable demand which nourishes our industry as well as other things which allows us to diminish challenges. And the plant which we launched in October, and we provided for a full fledged of it for 2 months. We didn't expect that we will start to shift operation, and we hope that the plant which was constructed in industrial zone of Almaty, I'd like to thank the authorities of the city who were able in pandemic to allow us to do our operations, and also allowed us to allow Korean specialists to enter our country. And we have stopped the construction work, and now we are doing commissioning works and do painting operations in the workshops. So we see the perspective of automotive industry, and it is quite obvious. And our major concept is that we can develop ourselves in the crisis, and we are constructing automotive centers in many cities, in Atyrau, in Shymkent, in Almaty, in Nur-Sultan. We are constructing big hubs for last used cars, and during the pandemic we decided to have a look at the former used markets, because the market of new cars in Kazakhstan 80,000 and 800,000 of former used cars are in shadow, and this is an unsafety market where people can buy cars by posing their house to threat, and the threat of the passengers, and given the technical state of these former used cars, we decided to establish this business in a more civilized way in Almaty, in eastern part of Almaty, in Kulzhinka highway. We decided to construct the big former used cars hub, around 30,000 square meters and around 3,000 cars. It will be very attractive for Almaty. In Astana, we believe that we will build the same hub in Kamban for 500 cars for temporary use. During the pandemic, we are finding new ways and new ideas, and this situation shows us that we need to adapt ourselves to a new environment. We created a huge aggregator which is called MyCarKZ, where people can, on the internet, see the cars and go and buy them in offline mode. We also developed some consumer crediting of cars, and MyCarKZ is quite efficient there, and thanks to the efforts of the city administration, they supported us. They bought ambulances, they bought first aid buses, and we understood that our plant is quite small of the commercial equipment, which is also located in Almaty, and we also decided that our plant can increase their production twice. We will start a painting and we will start a welding of Chinese buses, and we have every industry have its own capability has its own features. We seem to be paralyzed in some subjective and objective reasons, but in automotive industry, the government and the city help us to encourage this industry. The government provides for the consumer loans, which improves the demand, and the city creates the environment, the infrastructure, and the industrial zones call on the entrepreneurs not to be afraid of it, to overcome phobia and to think ahead, to look further in any phobia, because the crisis will finish, but the construction and operation works, as well as the hiring of personnel, will ease in our life. There was a competition for human resources, for employment, for land resources, but there used to be the situation like this. But during the crisis, we save a lot. We create the production for the end of the crisis, by the end of the crisis, for us to take up new niches. And during the crisis, we are also actively promoting ourselves. In Uzbekistan, we opened 9 dealer centers, our in-house dealer centers in Tashkent. We increase export and sales, and this year we will bring up to 4,000 cars to this neighboring country. And we also see the perspectives in Eurozone, and we are also trying to harmonize some matters with Ukraine and with Belarus. We want to use our own experience, and we want to use our best practices and our know-how, and how to transfer the production to other countries. That's why the situation looks not so bad, because there are different ways of developing, and in good business cases shall be studied, shall be examined, and there are we should turn bad business cases to good business cases, to urge to the better dialogue between the municipal authorities to state authorities, just for us to be heard. And I believe that business should be really engaged there, should be actively using the opportunities provided by state authorities. We are in a forefront. We are very sensitive to all the changes, to all the decisions which are being taken by this or that city administrations and municipal authorities. So I really support this dialogue. The strength of the business is that we operate the data, we use our intuition, we use our knowledge, we use our opportunities in the given situation. This is what we have to get benefit from. Sorry for torturing you with questions, but developing the car industry is improving in Kazakhstan, and automotive industry is obliged to the industrial policy provided by Kazakhstan, protectionism, different measures of subsidizing, of incentive measures, utility possibilities, disposal possibilities. So we are always criticized by critics, and what you can answer to the critics, like saying that Kazakhstan is a small market, we don't need our own car industry in this regard. What do you think of it? Nurlan, can you hear us? Unfortunately, we still have some technical troubles because of Zoom application, and we will try to get our colleagues reconnected. Sorry, I just got the question. Yeah, could you please repeat the question? Okay, the ongoing situation. Nurlan, can you hear us? Yeah, I'd like to tell you the following thing. What do you think about the policy of Kazakhstan in the development of car industry. Some colleagues, there are some critics who tell like we don't need car. What do you think of it? Yes, as a market participant, I take the development of car industry positively. We have many critics in terms of the car industry development. This industry is considered to be revived through subsidies and through direct payments of our consumers. Partly I can agree with these reasons. This is the way any car industry was reviving in any country, in the CIS countries, through these protective measures. But the most important thing is for the industry to invest, is to respond adequately and meet their obligations, meet their commitments to the government in terms of localizing our company. When it comes to this matter, we will start producing spare parts, we will start producing plastic materials, seats, and we will manufacture the spare parts not only for our plant, but for St. Petersburg plant. We have the cooperation and collaboration opportunities with Russia. I think the obligations shall be met both by the government and by other stakeholders. If someone fails, sorry, there is no sound. Apologies again. We still have technical troubles. So, Yurki Bulat, let's continue our discussion. I think we found some common grounds which are really relevant for other industries, for retail, for agricultural producers, for food manufacturers. This is the support of Kazakhstani production, of domestic manufacture, domestic produce. So the limitations which we have within the Eurasian Customs Union, when we decided not to create preferences, not that this is about the Customs Union and the free transfer of products and goods as well as people, but this idea of protectionism is on the agenda of many developed countries. So as an example of Almaty, how are you capable to address this matter?
So let's try to help each other because of technical reasons. Yes, we have some technical issues in our translation, in our audio. In the city of Almaty, we are trying to develop the spheres which are socially very responsive. We are responsible for social things like for foods and for foods. There are some 19 different kinds of goods which are included into the basket of the and with this. So the colleagues, are you with us? I would like to continue, and you explained to us, Azamat Maratovich, that we had a lot of different developments. It was and according. So we have two channels in our. So we have two speakers in our channels. We do not know whom to translate at the moment. Order of our presidents to continue with our enterprise, with our productions, actually, and as well as the second speaker is out there, and the second speaker is telling us that our entrepreneurs trying to go to Uzbekistan, and at the moment it is two speakers there, and we have
качество казахстанского производителя, и наш вместе с нами.
And our producers are trying to sell also in Uzbekistan. We are continuing the operations in there. So we are there, Azamat Maratovich, please. So I would like to continue from my side. The investments are there, and the investments for the Republic of Kazakhstan, they need to be very clear. And our Mr. Korkmaz just told us that we need to defend our local suppliers, our local market. I think we are already there with our competitive advantages. We are already working with good power there, and we are ready to compete, but we need to have equal conditions for all of the government representatives. So Azamat Maratovich, please, can you continue with us? Azamat Maratovich, at the moment can you hear us? So I was in Dubai. We just talked in Dubai with some of the retail companies. They want to include the Kazakhstani companies in IT sector. They are on the good level. They are on the good development level, and they are ready to compete equally. In this integration of new IT products, actually, we are at the edge, at the top level. Actually, we are ready. Azamat Maratovich, can you hear us? I think that the forum and different activities can help us in this. So, thank you very much, Azamat Maratovich. I'm not sure that you can hear us. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Please, one small question. I'm not sure if I heard it correctly. Actually, your companies of Sergex, these companies needs to be defended, you told, and also with some additional social responsibilities from business, and it is also needed for our economy. Can you please elaborate on this? Yes, I'm sure. I'm thinking the same way you're thinking, and telling you that we need to continue our social responsibility, and we need to have additional topics in our business and in our local business, which this local business is ready to continue with social obligations, and also for doing for good things for reputational advantages. So in the course of competitions, we actually are ready for the competition, but the retail is the collaboration with the customers. So this is the end of the value chain, and from the producer to the customer. And if you have a lot of people having the continuation of this retail chain, if we have a lot of steps in these chains, so we need to pay a lot for a good service inside these chains. I understand it properly, but that we are paying the local suppliers, but the Russian suppliers on Russian chains can have the same, but for a lower price. And this is the unequal competition. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Can you please just tell us which steps are needed to have this competition more equal, to have the same conditions to our producers? So actually it is already there. We are supported, and we are supported by tax diminishment, and I think we need to continue this tax with this tax support. Also, we would like to have additional money on the finance market, on the local market, and because of the credit amounts for retails are at the moment are really high, and in comparison to Russia, they are really high. So this is one main reason for us to elaborate on this, to have more development on this. And the local distribution is a lot of working places and a lot of jobs. When we are starting with Russian supermarkets chains, then a lot of jobs will be lost in our country. The same about the French chain. They will be building the new chains, and a lot of our jobs will be lost to them, and they can also have a support from the low rates at their home country, and they have really easier access to low rates credits, low rates loans, and we cannot be competing with them in these conditions. Thank you, Azmat Muratovich. I would like to have another question to Zhanara Kalbikovna. Zhanara Kalbikovna, please, what do you think? When it will be an end? Will be the third wave, and what would we have a next lockdown soon? So at the moment, at the end of December, starting with the first weeks of January, we would be dealing with the second wave, and maybe in March and April we will be having the third wave. But this is not our view, but this is the view of the National Center of Public Health. But we are now doing everything to be ready for the second wave at the end of December, at the starting with the January. At the moment, there is a good preparations of us. We are actually doing the same like before. So, dear colleagues, I would like to have a questions to all of the participants, starting with Nurlan Kribulanovich. What kind of reasons do you see for being more optimistic this way for the year 21, 2022 to be ready to go and to make more investments in Kazakhstan? So my optimistic opinion is that our people, our guys and ladies in Kazakhstan, they are really very strong. They have a strong commitment. They would like to develop. We have a very good inflow in our centers. The people are starting to go to cinema and to visit our trade centers. We also see a good demand in our automotive centers. At the moment they are all sold, and we have not enough supply for the cars. And I see a stronger people in Almaty. They are really resistant to all negative thoughts, and we have a stable political situation in our countries, and a lot of resources are there. We have some good neighbors in our countries, so the China is also in the position to compete, to combat the coronavirus. They are not struggling anymore. So actually, I'm seeing this growing in Almaty because all the kind of crises are having an end, and soon it will be ending, and will be developing for the next year. And the budget for the coming year, we are trying to make even more for the year 2021, even more than we had it in 2019. For Astana Motors, we have our plans. They need to be bigger, they need to be more than 2019, and actually this is our view. So Mr. Korkmaz, so your opinion please, we would like to hear from you. What do you think, which are the optimistic reasons for Kazakhstan?
I think it was just mentioned. What I have been impressed is the mindset of Kazakhstani people. So the mindset of Kazakhstani people, first of all, is a winning mindset. It is not a mindset of people who would let their arms down. It's the people who have their arms up. So this is first. Second, when I mentioned before that we must keep the lights on, I was mentioning obviously the businesses, the shops, but I also mean that keep the minds on in our heads. We should not be, in a way, diminished or go towards depression because waves are coming or viruses are coming, because viruses have always come in human being lives. So this is going to pass in one way or another. We must adapt. And I found the spirit. Kazakhstan is also a young country, young population, and it was just mentioned before, it has an inner market, but it has also surrounding countries. So I think all these reasons must also give people positive mindset. We must not let ourselves down because some viruses are passing. Yes, it is the situation. Yes, we must be careful, but we must keep the lights on. So this is my main message. Every time I'm speaking to anybody, by the way, I convey this message. But I think all the ingredients are in place in Kazakhstan to overcome this situation, not only in Kazakhstan, but also in the world. So I wish that we keep the lights on in our hearts, in our heads, and in our businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Korkmaz. Жанара Кылбековна, если можно, вот кратко, что...
So, Janara Kalbekovna, please, same to you, please, can you share on what is the positive scenario for the coming year from your view? So, Janara Kalbekovna, please turn on your mic. So, at the moment, we cannot... Yes, now we can hear you. Now it is switched off. So please turn on your mic. Can you please continue with the question? Yes, please please tell us what is your opinion for being optimistic in 2021. So I would like to tell you that in our city we have a good rating in our city, so our health situation is really strong. We have a good supply with all of the medical institutions how to deal with the coronavirus situations. So we actually prepared, we're ready, and health situation is under control. I think if we get vaccines soon, I think that it will be not needed to our people. So please, Nariman, can you share with us your optimistic opinion? So according to our panel sections, I heard some ideas from Nurlan Ikebulanovic. So business should be continuing the operations. I think in the city of Almaty there is business consulting channels, and according to our situations, I would like to ask the doctors and ask the leading doctors to work. The businessmen needs to work. So Almaty has a preferred situation that it is still warm in Almaty, and actually it is not cold in Almaty, and coming from our situations, we have different comparisons from south and north, and please let's think about it. Let's give the possibility to our business people to work. And I also saw the situation that our businessmen came to Tashkent, came to Uzbekistan, and it is a good sign of exploration of continuing our cooperation with businesses in the next country, neighbor country to us. And I think it is a good wave of optimistic opinion, and we will be continuing these operations and proposing this to our government. Azmat Maratovich. So please, just as I would not tell the same, we would like to continue our operations in any other countries. We can see that we have a preferential support to our players in the Kazakhstani country. And I would like to refer to Sergei Guriev. A lot of good people, a lot of staff and management staff. We have a good dialogue with the government, with the management of our big entrepreneurs and big chains, and I can have a lot of growth. I can see a lot of growth of double digits, and I think it will be positive for the future. Thank you very much. I think I see the same position. So please, Mr. Rozalin, you're welcome just to close our session. So we just tried to see what kind of different investment projects are running in our city, and we saw a lot of them, and they are including the middle size and the big size. If we can count them together, then they are at the moment they are for the next 3 years 4.5 billions of tenge, and they are now in the pipeline, and we would like to see some additional investments in our city, so in the amount of 30 to 40%, even growing. So, and for Almaty, we can say that we will have the cherry on the tops in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and they are attracting a lot of foreign investments to the city of Almaty, and we are trying to target the foreign investments to our cities, and actually I see this also very positive. And the second, what is seen by me, thank you very much, Nurlan Erkebulanovic. I am the same. I have the same mood, the same opinion, the same idea about your explanations, and I would like to tell all the businesses which are started since 1990s. That actually you are the generation which are helping us, that all the people starting since 19th, working still there, and actually you are our backbone. Thank you very much. So please, let me close this panel discussions, and we are thanking all the Almaty Investment Forum teams, and despite all the technical struggles, we are doing good, and we are actually closing our discussion. Thank you very much. We will be doing this all optimistic in the next year, and in the year 2021 we would like to continue our operations in global politics. We had election in USA, and also in 10th of January we have elections in Kazakhstan, and we will be also have the stable situation in the country as well, and this is a very good positive factor in Kazakhstan, that we have peace and also political stability. And I would like to have my word also that we have a lot of positive developments, 3 years of tax-free development for small business, and also this 28th place in rating and World Bank rating doing business. And I think it is like entrepreneurs revolutions, better investment climate for Kazakhstani entrepreneurs. We have some still troubles in high rates of loans, but we have good moods from our colleagues, from our entrepreneurs. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much.
Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfender of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, and a port mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кең мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО-2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ. Ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк. Сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы. Және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Almaty Investment Forum 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Almaty, Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Almaty City – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа and resort отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня Вамет позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр Сема, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мол Апорт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty city is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, and a port mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment, market yourself.
Almaty әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстары мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20% төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіп парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіп парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-еуі қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктері бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Алматы Инвест орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Алматы Инвест 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Almaty – это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом, управляет активами и земельными участками, реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом, сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%, привлекает инвестиции через подразделение Almaty Invest. Одно из направлений СПК Алматы – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес-2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Алматы запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алматы уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алматы. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Almaty Finance и микрофинансовой организации Алматы. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Алматы и до 500 миллионов тенге в Almaty Finance. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социальной предпринимательской корпорации Алматы – Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алматы, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы.
В рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания НКО специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько... Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кең мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі ВАМЕД көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. СЕМА медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Алматы Инвестмент Форум 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы «Almaty Invest». Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Алматы-Сити – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа-н-резорт-отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня ВАМЕД позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр СЕМА, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мол Апорт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty city is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfender of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20%-ға төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіп парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіп парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-еуі қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктері бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Алматы Инвест орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Алматы Инвест 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Almaty – это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом, управляет активами и земельными участками, реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом, сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%, привлекает инвестиции через подразделение Almaty Invest. Одно из направлений СПК Алматы – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес 2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Алматы запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алматы уже функционируют 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алматы. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025». которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алма-Аты. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Almaty Finance и микрофинансовой организации Almaty. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Almaty и до 500 миллионов тенге в Almaty Finance. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алма-Аты – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алма-Аты «Almaty Invest». Almaty Invest создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алма-Аты, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Сегодня Almaty Invest развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алма-Аты.
В рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания «Энко» специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько крупных проектов. Это мясоперерабатывающий комплекс «Бижан» с объемом производства 5500 тонн колбасы, мясных полуфабрикатов и деликатесов в год. КСМ «Техновид» с объемом производства около 500 тысяч квадратных метров энергоэффективных архитектурных фасадов в год. В 2020 году в индустриальной зоне открылся крупнейший завод по производству легковых автомобилей Hyundai Trans Казахстан. Индустриальная зона Алматы. Мы развиваем промышленный потенциал страны.
Бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кем мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру.
Almaty ЖО-2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі ВАМЕД көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. СЕМА медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Лоджистик Уорлдпен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Алматы Инвестмент форум 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы «Almaty Invest». Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Алматы-Сити – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа and resort отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня ВАМЕД позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр СЕМА, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мол Апорт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest
a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. VAMIET, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. SEMA Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20%-ға төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы Инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіптік парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіптік парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-і қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркті пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда.
Really pleased to welcome you on the section urbanization within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020. Today we are going to talk about urbanization as a consensus to the fact that we need to increase the level of the cities, because urbanization is a process that goes globally, and in Kazakhstan, where 50% of population still lives in rural areas, around 43%, and urbanization is a big mainstream which has been taking place in the past 30 years, and it still can be continued. And the quality of lifestyle in cities, the life standards of the cities, conditions the attractiveness of the cities, and our struggle for talented people, our support for talented people. So today we are going to talk about urbanization, and today we are going to talk in such a way that we will have speakers with 20 minutes with their presentations, and then around 10 minutes we will keep for questions and answers. And the first speaker I'd like to introduce Riccardo Marini, the Italian architect of urbanistics. Riccardo had been managing a consulting company, Gale Architects, which was founded by Danish architects Jan Gale, the author of the book The City of Ideas, and the bright representative of these ideas. Jan Gale consulted Almaty of creating comfort area. Mr. Marini, please, the floor is yours. Mr. Riccardo.
Assuming that near me. Okay. So, thanks for the invitation. Some slides. Now, what I want to talk about is how cities could be in the light of what's happening now, which is the pandemic. And it's there are the mega trends that all cities. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can send me a message or something. Hope this is understandable. There are mega trends.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Global mega trends. As the moderator spoke about, this urbanization is a critical one. 60% of population by 2050. That's gone up by 10% in the time that I've been working as an urbanist or as an architect. Climate change here, and it has a serious impact on cities, and there's a scarcity of resources. That is critically important in terms of cities can actually survive as hubs for a variety of different things. That's the mega trends that impact what I want to talk about. Obviously, technology advances and power dynamics are really important. I think in a Kazakhstan context, shifting power dynamics are important because one of the neighbors is China. But anyway, so it's all about this. I mean, this is Almaty Investment Forum, so I suspect people that are in the audience like counting money, like making money. And who doesn't? Money is really, really important, but is that the driver? An issue here. As the moderator said, in 2014, for the first time, I was with Gale Architects, and we produced a document, a report for the then mayor, saying this is how Almaty can transform itself, this is how Almaty can become a very livable city. And, it has had an impact. One of the impacts is that now I live here. I moved here last November to spend most of my time in this country to try and be involved in the transformation that is happening. Now, in 2000, we posed this question: which of these two triangles represents the city of Almaty? I have a very strong the city, and it is number one, the one on the left. Almaty is a city designed and dominated by vehicles, where pedestrians and people are at the bottom of the triangle. These triangles were generated for the mayor of Moscow, and what we said to the mayor of Moscow is that you need to put people on top. If people on top, then the system will transform. Now, this is Adam Smith, who is considered to be the father of capitalism. And it's a quote from his book, Wealth of Nations, where he actually talked about the importance of other things other than money. So happiness is really important, happiness in other people. We derive pleasure from it, although it does not make us money. It's interesting that the father of capitalism was talking about happiness. Now, what fascinates or interests me about places is the hormone oxytocin. I think oxytocin is a really important measure of the state of the place. Now, oxytocin is the hormone that is one of the biggest killers in the world. And the triangle that I show you is the antidote, because a stressful situation is caused by depression, by stress in life. Cortisol is the hormone that we're looking for. It's a happiness hormone. And when you have a city that's dominated by very little happiness, people fall in love in traffic jams. So the proposition is la dolce vita. Right? How do we create this kind of environment that is conducive to people being in a place and wanting to be in a place? This is what I'm going to try and tackle with you this afternoon. And unfortunately, when I say that there's dolce vita, economists and people say to me, hey, it's about the economy. It's about the economy, stupid. I think this was Bill Clinton that coined this phrase. Yeah, but there's a really important issue. Economic indicators don't talk about the reality of a place. So, the other thing, a really important factor is that there are no jobs on a dead planet. There is no investment value in a dead planet. And this is an image from a film called The Fog. In Italian, it was called Media Stina. There is a fog descending on our cities, a fog that we are created. And it's killing us. This is a picture outside of people saying, there you go, this is still a fog in this beautiful city. This fog has a direct impact on the economic ability of your city. We need to focus on that if we want investments. There are no jobs in a decade. Are we killing the planet? What impact does that have on the investment profile of the place? And what causes that? Almaty is the place in the world with most of these objects. And, you know, might really like them, but they create a lot of pollution. They create a lot of noise. I do believe that healthy air is a human right. And when we look at the statistics across the world, there are a lot of people that are suffering from the issues created by cities and by pollution. In Europe, because of pollution, the lifespan is 2 years. This is an impact on where people want to invest. Now, you may believe this, and you may not believe that global warming and pollution is a problem, but you may believe in Greta, who is an activist that say there is a different way that we need to deal with our cities. Now, what's really interesting, many of you are familiar with the Paris Climate Agreement, 2015, which is where most of the nations will stay together to say we need to do something. And what we need to do is create a better world, less pollution, and there are targets that have been set. Now, these are the countries. A signatory, Kazakhstan is one of the early signatories to the Paris Agreement, which commits your country to doing things about that fog that is outside this window. Now, a COP at 25 in Madrid, these are the people from Kazakhstan that were there saying we as a country will do things. Now, this is a really high-level delegation. So at the highest level of government, the country is saying we are going to do something about the air quality and pollution, which is a really good thing. Now, does that come down the line to the ACMA, to the investors, to the people, the choices that people make? I don't know. We are living in a period of Anthropocene. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. It's a very simple thing. This is a geological era, right? Now, we as a species have only been on this planet for this little red slice that you can see, right? The planet's been there longer than we have. Now, what we have done since really the Industrial Revolution, we have started to burn all of the resources that exist. And this is having a direct impact on our ability to survive on this planet. As I said, there are no jobs on the dead planet. There is no investment in the dead planet. Now, there's a very simple thing, one planet living. Now, Mr. Trump doesn't do. I do, right? We have one planet. And he can agree on that, although he wants to go to Mars, wish him luck on that expedition. We have one planet. If we live in Kazakhstan, at the rate of consumption that we have, we require 3 planets to sustain what we are doing. If you live in the US, you have 5 planets. The reality is we do not have any more than one planet. We need to start looking after it. Now, I actually believe that something's gone terribly wrong. We've evolved, we've become incredibly clever, and it's having problems. And I think that we're really trying to understand, how do we create livability? How do we create the kind of place that we want? And it's a simple difference, you know? Money is important, but if money means creating a dead world, then we need to think what we do. How can we change what we do? And this is the real thing. And at this point, you know, I have got nothing against, but just take you through this notion of change. I wonder how many of you find it bizarre or dreadful or distasteful. Yeah, it's wrong, isn't it? Now, this is the way we used to sell cigarettes. I'm old enough to remember my mother smoking in the planes of the road. You know, if you're kind of an alpha male, and a lot of alpha males in Kazakhstan, you have to smoke a cigarette. Now, 58 years ago, in 1952, the Royal College of Physicians in London proved, didn't speculate, proved that there was a direct link between premature death and smoking. Right? 58 years ago. And it's taken us probably about 55 years to change the way we market cigarettes, not stop selling them, the way we market them. Now, there's a reason for that, because there is investment, there is capital made by selling cigarettes. And that shows you the difficulties of change in our cities, if you think this is parallel with some of the things that I'm going to show you. So, what is the aftermath of COVID going to be like for cities? And there are cities that are leading the way. Paris being one of the most eminent examples. Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, is doing incredible things that spring from the situation that was created by COVID. Now, I'm going to show you a film which I now realize that in Kazakhstan and South Asia, this is maybe not as crazy as it is for me, right?
Sorry, I have a bad cold. It's not catching though.
We're recording right now.
Oh, you're recording? Oh, that's too bad. I didn't even realize that was a camera. Sorry about that. I hope you
of the world that I come from find that repulsive. And it's actually incredibly. It comes from the last major pandemic that we had, right? The Spanish flu. Now, there was a bacteriologist, Robert Knott, that showed that there was a link between tuberculosis and bacteria that was carried in spit. And people started to then deal with that situation, as in making sure that people would do that. This is a poster from Italy where basically if you spit, you're going to get fined, severely fined. That's altered behaviour. Now, this is about altering behaviour in our city. Now, this is a piece of research from Oxford University that shows the linkage between high levels of pollution and high levels of COVID mortality. You don't need to be a scientist to understand that if you live in a polluted area, the chances are that your citizens are going to have a higher percentage of mortality created by this infection. Now, that should indicate that we should be doing something about it now. And this thing about clean air is really important. If I offer you a glass that is poisoned, you have the option to say, no, I am not going to drink it. If I give you food that is not, you have the option to the issue being is if I keep in an environment where the air is polluted, there is nothing that you can do with that. You will die. Right? So, how far are we last night? Hey guys, there's another thing that happens, and we could alter this very simply. People seem to leave their cars idling when they're in residence in this country. Stop doing that. It creates a bad environment. Air pollution is bad. In California, the government is putting warnings on real estate. If they're within 1,000 feet of somewhere like Almaty, they have to warn people that this is going to be bad for their health. How is that going to impact investment profile? How are people going to invest in a city that has killer fog that envelops it? Right? As Gandhi said, wealth is really your health. And people now understand that. So, is it about the economy or is it about something else?
These are the ruins of a dying culture, the American shopping mall.
Now, shopping mall as a development model is still seems to be something we don't want to do. There's a really interesting issue that since 2006 in the States, they haven't built one shopping mall because it's a dead duck. People want real cities, cities that are alive. What does that mean? Cities with people. Because a city without people is like a zombie. Now, I did a piece of research as the director of Fail that tried to prove the link between high-value real estate, which should make sense for the investment forum, so try to prove the link between high-value real estate and quality of place, which we did. We looked at 12 places around the world, we quantified quality of the place, and we looked at the statistics related to real estate. We looked at Times Square in New York, before and after the work that we as Gale did, and it scored very highly in terms of quality, and it performed really well in terms of real estate. We then looked at Granary Square in London, which is a fantastic development. It scored really highly, and the real estate value is very, very high. There's a direct linkage between quality environment, quality of life, air quality, and investment profile. If you want to make money in your investment, you need to make sure that your place is good. So what does success look like? Now, Copenhagen, it is now like this. It has really good healthy investment profile. New York, where we did projects, and Michael Bloomberg, very astute politician, we looked at Times Square when it was just a traffic jam, and we turned it into a livable place. The rental value went up. We did the same kind of work in Moscow, where we found a city that was totally congested, and it did not matter, and we transformed it from this to this. The good place makes money. It is really important to focus on that. This isn't because I'm a tree hugger and I love the planet. This is about how your city perform better for the city. Now, remember Pimplov Street in 2014 it was like this? It is now like this, right? La Dolce Vita exists in the city. You have managed to do it. The restaurants, the shops are doing really well because there is a high quality public health. So it's your city, it's your city, you can make the decisions of what kind of place you demand of the system. You need to recreate the keeps. We need to be compassionate to the process. Thank you very much for listening. Somebody going to speak to me? Hello.
No, actually not. It is really not the case. Please continue if you wish. Very interesting presentation.
Господин Марини, вы меня слышите? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I can't. Is that in? Well, thank you.
Just a minute, yes, please. We're waiting still for questions. Please wait, please. If you wish to continue, just wait. The moderator. Can you hear me? He asks, can you hear me, Mr. Marini? Just make a hand sign that you can hear us. Please make okay. К сожалению, в настоящее время...
Technical troubles. So, Mr. Marini, thank you for your brilliant presentation.
So,
work did by Mr. Gale in Almaty.
Did you participate in the work Mr. Gale started in Almaty already? Was you a part of it? Thank you very much, Mr. Marini. Thank you for your excellent presentation. So actually, your company, your group of architects, also Mr. Jan Gale, made a great contribution to this composition of the city of Almaty because of the modern urbanism, and this is a new idea and new thoughts for making more for pedestrians and a lot of development, and we heard about the questions to this concept, and we just had a lot of discussions why to stop the traffic, and I think it is already a good development, and it is priceless value and innovations in the development of the city of Almaty. We really see this development, for example, at Panfilov Street, and thank you very much for your contribution to this. We will continue with Mr. Alexei Lee, who is the director of the Argus KZ. Yes, Alexei is there. So please, Alexei, for your contribution. We have 7 minutes left. Introduce you, and I would like to make an introduction. And he told us a lot about the quality of air, and he brought also a picture into discussion that we have a lot of smog in the city, and the city is killing the people. So I think also you were contributing to fresh air and the fresh and no pollution of the air. Please, can you elaborate on this? Can you tell about these activities of the funds you were creating earlier? Yes, you're absolutely right. We did this for some time. Actually, we did not receive any results we tried to achieve, but it is still good to say, and that we had to struggle with the lockdown situation, and actually our actions were brought to a stop halt and we just say about our foundation and also with our NGOs, and we discussed a lot of for making our facility heating with gas and not with charcoal. It is a positive signal for this development, and also I think because of other types of populations, cars and automotives in the city, and also the households, they actually they're still polluting the air. We try to stop this since future years. We would like to see this stopped at all and to introduce more and more gas heating in the city. We would like to see contribution of the mayor's office to this. I would like just to explain this in very short manner, and just a minute I would like to spend for opening a presentation. Just from my side I would like to show you some slides, but experience some technical issues at the moment. So Rakim, if you can make a bridge in this time, I would like to make a window screen sharing. So at the moment there is no sounds for the translation. Знаете, Рахима да, Рахима не слышно было в это время, извините. Мы сейчас... So at the moment there is no sound for the translation. Sorry, we cannot hear anything. So we are just waiting for her. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, now it is. So Alexei, if you are ready, I would like to continue. Our city is very innovative, very common. It is a lot of entertainment there. There is also a good recreational facility at the moment nearby, and we also have a lot of residential possibilities. But as you're telling us now, we have a lot of troubles with pollution, air pollution, and the air quality is a good thing. And 2,200 days a year, it is actually above the level of good fresh air quality, and actually it is a reason why people are leaving this city, and that's why we need to make some additional efforts to clean the air. I think more or less sooner or later we will be dealing with this problem, with these troubles, and why it is happening right now. It is important to understand, and with your contribution, with your efforts, it is good to discuss. And I still see a lack of contributions, and I would like to see more and more gas heatings in the city, and also the transport systems needs to be modernized. So in this regards, so are you ready? So Alexei, actually it is at the moment not possible to share the screen. At the moment it is not able to show the screen. If the organizers will be able to do this, I would start with my explanations. We still have 25 minutes. Please continue. So, Arbus KZ, I was asked to share my view in regards to electronic commerce and delivery services in Kazakhstan and why it is important for the city, how this contributes to the development of the city. So I will tell you about the model of our online supermarket, so own source of delivery, not getting some other products delivered, some goods delivered. So we are just selling our goods with our delivery. So this is a good review. We started 2018, 3 years before, and with this in 2008 started, we had 52 delivery orders, and 2019 we had 64, and in this December we will be having 1,500 of deliveries from our online supermarket. So this growth is 4 to 5 times a year, more or less. And now we can see our presentation. Yes, it is on the street, so please continue to the slide number 3. So the slide number 3 is exactly, this is the years and number 3. So the slide. So the online supermarket is just an app inside your phone, and nobody is actually understand well how it is the whole system running, and this is actually our dark store. We have one big location in the Almaty city, but the same big location in Astana city. It is like a big, huge warehouse, and is with a zone for getting the orders done, brought together, and also for logistics, logistics room. So we have also specific vehicles running, and we are not Glover, we are not Volt. We need to compete with temperature regimes, and we bring in also frozen goods, and we have one car delivered 30 online purchases, and we think that one car will be dealing with 50 deliveries a day. So one speaker before me was just telling that we have a lot of car traffic in the city. I think our supermarket is the solution to this, and in the future it will be less traffic due because of this online supermarket. So let's see the next slide. So what we do have today, we have more than 400 working places, jobs at our supermarket. We have 60 cars. We have 1,500 deliveries a day. And let's see that this amount of people are not using cars. These people are not using any car to receive these goods, and it is a positive contribution to the traffic situation. So in 2 years, we will be looking for 3,000 and more workers at our supermarket. We see some additional innovative solutions, and we will be dealing with more than 500 cars. So let's see what are the means of development. It is already there. We have a map where is of our deliveries. 3,000 deliveries are there, and from one hub it is difficult to deliver properly, and amount of deliveries will be growing steadily, and we need to count on this, and also with contribution of the municipality, we need to have the development with the plans of construction works in the city. So let's go further. So, and this is a small resume about the evolution. The different formats of selling goods are there. So at the moment there are hypermarkets which are at the moment not doing well. So, and some small markets are in the near area of the residential areas. Also the same situation we see in Russia, and also the big malls are dying through and through, and it is also a big development of online shopping, online buying of any goods, and a lot of car sharing opportunities are there in the city, and a lot of people are not possessing own cars. And also we lose some additional members of the chain, so it is no more man in between at the moment between the producer and the buyer. And so we are dealing directly with Kazakhstan product producers. This is Amalbio and Amiran. All these producers are doing well with us, and we have not a big march because we are selling directly from them. So the next slide, please. Development of our human capital. So it means that we are contributing to saving the time. So people are telling us, thank you very much for having this time not spent at the supermarket. Yes, thank you very much that I am there and at home and can buy anything from sitting at home. So people are using this time for their own and not going to the supermarket and not buying in bulk for the whole month or whole week. So the next advantage is that people at small stores are not paying taxes. You see also the next slide. So we have some air pollution diminished and also less traffic at all. So let's see. The next advantage is less garbage, less waste, and please think about it. We have so much recycling in place needed. So actually we need to think about it. We need to give the people to plastic things to give it away.
So what is important to note in here is that when people are talking, the authorities, the businesses are talking about the development of e-commerce, it's really important to understand that e-commerce should be developed in the country in an own way. Maybe I have my personal opinion, maybe I pursue my personal goals, but when we are talking about the scales of the country, this is the e-commerce where Kazakhstan either is a consumer or sometimes international foreign companies, when they access our market, they want to create jobs, but these jobs are for jobs. They are low paid, just for warehouse workers or messengers. So when internet companies appear, they become the attractive centers for many Kazakhstani developers. Many people don't want to go abroad. Many cool guys want to stay here, want to live in our cities, but they need fashionable, stylish online companies. For many experts, we feel the power of our initiatives for the future. When it comes to innovations, we have already introduced a number of innovations which are in the forefront of our common goal, of our common objective. We bring foreign investments for development of domestic expertise. Okay, next slide, please. So here we can see 3 challenges in there. There are some local issues, local matters, but when we operate as a large employer, we provide for several thousand of jobs. There are some troubles, like one of these streets where we should go is under repair, is in renovations, and there are traffic jams, and we can't speed up the delivery process because of the lack of parking lots, because outage of electricity. We will cope with this anyway. We will survive. But when we are talking about the dialogue between municipality and the city administration with businesses, I believe that there can be a good idea to involve cross-sectional managers from the government, not to just develop the format to help the young entrepreneurs, but to allow one entry point, one focal point that would help us to grow, as well as to increase the taxation and help the development of jobs. The second and the third important things are, for us, like large enterprise require big financial resources, the state programs, as well as the dialogue in terms of the development of future infrastructure. Many people still believe that IT is either something complicated, like a science of like a brain science, something incredible. But as practice showed, when I launched a number of other projects, there was a mindset breakthrough, and people stopped to perceive this project in such a way that, for example, there used to be a small startup, but now it covers 10% of every aircraft, of every train. This 10% is there in an aircraft or in a train, and this breakthrough is obvious in these areas. And as the previous speaker told, we should do the right things from the very beginning, so we need to get it right as well for a better dialogue. So this was a small presentation from my side. Just in a nutshell, all the ideas have been mentioned. Yeah, thank you very much. There was a session at 11 a.m. where Mr. Osmanov spoke, and he told the delivery business is five-fold growing, but still it is 5% from the revenue. So what is the situation? What does the situation look like of main e-commerce players, of main delivery players? From one side, it is all clear that as compared to traditional offline, if we calculate it from the ratio of all the markets, of flea markets, of bazaars, etc., this is less than 1%. But if we consider the impact, the influence of blue collars, of office personnel, this is not about 10%, but this is an efficient share, because many friends of mine are using offline deliveries. Depending on what target audience we are referring to, when it comes to the product share, it's still a small share there, a small ratio, but still, as Arbus KZ, we will move aside from the product category, and we are going to expand, we are going to extend our activity to other areas for family products? Are you going to compete with Bribery and raspberries and flip KZ, Viberries? So what about the X5 retail network players to access Kazakhstani market? Are you afraid of their advent in Kazakhstan? Your colleague from Magnum told like the advent of Russian players will impact and will somehow interfere the business of Kazakhstani producers. Yeah, look, when it comes to the food products, online takes less than 5% in general. In general, online consumption of products in Kazakhstan, I would agree with Azamat, because maybe less than 5% now. For us, it's not that much critical because our market will grow in many-fold. For us, they are going to be very comfortable and unperceivable model. But for Kazakhstani business in general, I think it will impact. But I would more concerned about the future advent of Russian online players like Wildberries, Ozone, which recently took up IPOs, and we will have to show the further growth. That's why there was an idea of constructing a human center in Kazakhstan. Still Yandex, which is playing with product segments in Moscow and St. Petersburg. That's why we are more focused on that. We are more concerned of this. So within our urbanistic session, you brilliantly demonstrated how online delivery can decrease emissions, can improve air quality and get rid of traffic congestions. But as you already mentioned, you require more closer cooperation with the government, with allocated lanes, and could you tell us about your experience in Kazakhstan in this regard? So still our experience of we have experience of working in two cities, in Almaty and Astana. Yes, Nur Sultan. 1 month ago we have been operating there, and it is around decent figures in terms of our turnover. But when it comes to our cooperation experience, still we are growing ourselves, and we don't see any clear interaction and clear impact. So to what extent is it critical, this interaction? You know, right now I think, look, it might not be critical. We have expanded, we have multiplied our turnover by 400% for the third year in a row. We are comfortable in it. Our investors like it. But if someone else will start aggressively entering our market, penetrating it like Wildberries and others, and if we fail to develop ourselves rapidly, then there will be a different story. If we put more fuel in our engine, I would put it this way, we can raise 5-fold or 10-fold. We are ready to invest in our projects more. Still, as of today, we have a group of investors who's ready to invest additionally, supplementary. We are ready to communicate with other investors. We feel comfortable. But I think not only us, but Kazakhstan, from IT perspective, requires that local players would grow faster. But I think anyway, taxi services and other delivery services demonstrated that there is no clear obstacle for foreign players to access our market, and they leave very few chances for further growth, like for you, for the representative of this area. But the matter is when they accede, and not how they accede. There is an aviator sector which is called aviation sector. A person who does not not in this business, I think the share is more than 30% at it. succeeded to resist. That's why any attempts of Russian players to come up with their ticket selling failed. This is the matter whether the local players will be able to grow and take a leading position. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Let me wish you every success in your marvelous project, fabulous project. Our next speaker is Mr. Materials Finger, Professor, UGLUS Program Director, Innovative Governments of Large Urban Systems. Please, Finger, the floor is.
So your microphone is muted. Could you please? Thank you. Mr. Finger, can you hear us?
Hello?
Professor Finger, can you hear us? Professor?
Hello?
Hello. Professor Finger, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Mr. Finger, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Okay.
I cannot see. I can see a studio.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Can you share your PPT?
Can you share your PPT?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Tell us about your institution, IGL US program.
Yeah, Mr. Finger, can you tell us about your institution IPFM program?
Yes. You want me to start the presentation?
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
slides. Only the third one will really go to the cities. First, they are quite generic. So where do we start? We start with traditional physical operations, physical value chain, producing something, producing a car or food, and that ends up with clients. And it's a linear physical value chain. And the government produces also services, the city, the national government, the public enterprises. Now, where digitalization comes in is in matters of what we call, we duplicate the physical value chain or mirror the physical value chain. The new word that has become a little bit more prominent is digital twins. Everything is duplicated digitally, and this is the result of digitalization. And digitalization is basically four things: generation of data, storage of data, transmission of data, and then analysis of data. And so all these data are collected from what has been done physically, okay? Production, transport, consumption, all these kind of things. And then these data are analyzed by what has been called now digital platforms. And these digital platforms are typically private companies. You know, the biggest ones of them, the Amazons of the world, the Airbnbs of the world. They analyze these data. They do not produce anything on the physical value chain, but they analyze these data. And the most important thing on this slide is that the clients, the citizens, they become clients and no longer citizens, actually, because those are private platforms. They become clients of the digital platforms, okay? So the platforms basically, you also hear these words, they intermediate the physical value chain. This leads to a series of things. The first one is that we have huge efficiency gains in the way the physical things are organized. And that is a plus for society. Things are better coordinated, and the whole physical value chain becomes more efficient. It also, a second element is that, of course, the value added, where really the profits are generated, moves from the physical value chain to the digital platform. They now have the interface of the customer and they make the money. Now let me illustrate this, and we're getting closer to urban, to cities. Let me illustrate this in the case of what has become called digital mobility. I think it's a good illustration. Traditionally, we have the different transport modes. They are operated separately by separate companies, some public, some private. And each of these companies that operates the transport in the city, typically, the bus company, the taxi company, the metro company, the commuter train company, the car rental company, if you want, they have their own clients. They manage their own clients separately. What digitalization does is mirroring, duplicating all the data to the extent accessible. But if they are not accessible by, if they are not shared by the operators, the data often come from the smartphones of the users of these transport companies. And so all these data can be mirrored, can be duplicated, and then analyzed by a mobility and digital mobility platform that offers transportation services I think the most typical, as everybody experienced now, is Uber. Uber is just a taxi. It's a taxi. It takes the physical taxi. It is not yet a mobility platform. It's just another a ride-sharing platform. But now, and as I said before, they do not own any of the physical production, any of the physical transport means, but they intermediate these transport means and have their clients. This can go much further than Uber, and it can go to, let me show it like this. It can go to new business model, mobility as a service. This is from a website from Finland, where you can basically have now mobility services that are offered by these digital platforms. And you can imagine all kind of mobility, combining all kind of transport modes, car parking, rental cars, bicycles, micromobility, on a digital platform. A new digital mobility business model. As I said before, going back to my previous slide, the value added is now really on the platform, which means there are efficiency gains, of course, from coordinating all these things. But you can then see the efficiency gains basically also come from a lot of intermodal competition that is being created thanks to the duplication through the mirroring. The customer now can choose between the taxi or the metro or the bicycle, whatever is more convenient, faster, depending on preferences, greener, and however you want to organize these kind of things. So I just use this digital mobility, and much of this digital mobility is urban digital mobility, as a new way of organizing digitally what is a traditional physical value chain. Now let's move to the city. Of course, this is disrupting the traditional industries, and this is leading, maybe I can say that element that you all already know, thanks to the network effects that are being created through these platforms. Direct network, I cannot go into the details now. Direct, indirect, and algorithmic network effects. There is, of course, a tendency towards winner takes it all, a tendency towards mobilization. And there is, and I think that's the more problematic part of this evolution, that ultimately platforms, there is not much room for different platforms. And as we can see, many of them global. Now, let's move to the city and a little bit an exploratory idea what the smart city is and can be and how it can evolve, and introducing this concept of city as a platform. So in a city, we have water infrastructures, healthcare, cultural infrastructures, music, museums, energy infrastructures, mobility infrastructures, government services infrastructures, and traditionally they serve the citizens. The city will now be able to create a data layer to put all these data together, to collect at least all these data and analyze these data. Now, I want to show two possibilities here. One possibility would be to have the city as the platform, that is, the city these data and offers its services to its own cities, to its own citizens on a digital platform. We have elements of that, but not examples of full-fledged city as a platform yet, but we have cities that offering integrated mobility services, thanks to digital means. So there is the possibility of having a city as a platform, which I would then say is the full-fledged smart city. But it is, of course, also possible on the basis of this data layer to have private platforms offer these services. And that's a political decision, which kind of option you want to take, being mindful that as I said before, there is a tendency in these platforms towards winner takes it all, towards monopolization, which basically means that the city or the national government has to regulate this. And I have 4 elements, I will conclude here, 4 elements of regulation. The regulating the data layer, which data have to go into the data layer, who has to provide the data, are they provided for free, privacy protection, things like that. The regulating the usage, the access to this data layer. If you have private operators, do they pay for the data? How, in what format can they access the data layer? Then regulating the platform in itself, and that has several dimensions, but I think the most important dimension for a city would be to regulate a platform in the interest of the citizens, in the interest of, I don't know, if the city wants, if the city has a policy to move from the road to the public transport, so the platform should reflect that somehow, and that is the regulation. And finally, also the protection of the customers, of the clients, from abuse of dominant position, because these platforms will be very, very powerful. So this last slide, and I conclude here, offers a vision of the city using the digital infrastructures, using the data, and to offering much more integrated, much more efficient, and much more innovative services. Thank you very much for listening. I hope it was clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finger, Professor Finger. I think it is a new concept to us, the smart city, the city as a platform. And actually, you can get additional values through the synergy of the different kind of data with this big data development, with this data creation. And I think we have time for our next speaker, Mr. Brady. You're welcome. Please start with your presentation. Mr. Brady, can you hear us? Please start. Mr. Brady, are you there?
Mr. Brady, can you hear us?
Mr. Brady? Да, действительно, is data creation, and I think we have time for our next speaker, Mr. Brady. You're welcome. Please start with your presentation.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brady. So thank you. Welcome to our forum. So we're waiting for you. So yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
You have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As the opportunity, I have to apologize for my colleague who was supposed to speak, but as business comes, it's not always that easy and plannable, as we have seen with the technology in the morning. However, I want to use the opportunity to thank you very much for this forum. Thank you for the previous speakers. They were very, very interesting inputs. And I want to connect to this, because there were some topics raised I found very interesting that I want to incorporate there. First topic I want to go into today is the Strategy 2050. As the previous speaker said, digitalization is a very, very widespread topic, and there are a lot of issues to be covered. Just a second. Switch my phone off. So, and one topic we saw, and that's also Kazakhstan is about, is the Almaty 2050 goals. As we understood, and the idea is to introduce common standards of quality for medical care and access to the right equipment, treatment, and institutions for people. That's the core vision we understood. And when you look at the left lower corner here, you will see that these are the different development goals. And I'm looking into the healthcare sector because that's where we are coming from. But as you see, it's a mixture of a lot of different developments going on. We understand that in the Strategy 2050 that has been laid out, there are two key priorities I want to address today: harness new technology and improve treatment electronic care. When I come back to last year, 2019, where we were all in Almaty for the presentation, this beautiful forum, we presented the existing situation in Kazakhstan. We looked at the existing medical organizations. We understood that there are some issues. We understood the state of infrastructure. We understood that currently there are 87,000 in the bed hospital beds available. We understood that thousands of these new facilities needed. Thousands of the existing facilities need renovation. And the big issue is that $280 million are spent currently on medical treatment outside of the country. So really, Kazakh people leaving the country to spend on healthcare. We also understood that a big issue is the trust in the skills of medical professionals. We understood that there is a low level of trust to a certain extent. There are a lot of different factors, and there's a lack of equipment. Combining now this topic with what we heard in urbanization. Urbanization, as you heard, is a topic of pollution. There's a topic of taking back spaces. There's the topic of extending the life cycle of products, reducing our waste and our ecological footprint that has been mentioned today. The topic is about disruptive economies. There's a topic of IT. But one topic I haven't heard so far today is also the demographic section. When we look into urbanization, people moving to the cities become bigger and bigger. One major issue is also people who live in the cities have a tendency to get older. And this is also something we have to care for in this huge urban setting we are facing. When we talk about infrastructure, and this was mentioned several times, one of the big issues is infrastructure needs to be renewed, needs to be updated, needs to need new ideas. One idea is what can we do in infrastructure? And I'm not only talking about health, but I will go into that. First of all, upgrading existing facilities, having modern facilities. But in order to do that, there are 5 factors or 4 factors we usually find as a very crucial for that. One factor is decisional priorities. What do we want to do first? What is the quality of the solution we have? Because we don't want to spend the public money for something that is not a quality behind it. And then a big topic is the availability of funding. And that's why we're going to invest in quality infrastructure. Efficient buildings we need, we heard about smart buildings. Now we'll go into more to smart buildings, but I want to linger on this topic a bit more. Availability of funding. We understand that funding, especially infrastructure investments, are quite big, quite cost incentive, and quite burden on any public budget. However, I would like to highlight that there are developments and existing instruments that are still out there, still very much usable for this kind of thing. One thing we are working a lot with is the idea of export credit financing, and there have been new developments by the European side, the understanding that the world needs more infrastructure, and there is this so-called OECD consensus that the whole ECA financing is based on. And the latest development there that we have been informed is that 50% of any investment project can now be done by local means. So instead of only bringing in foreign technology and thereby supporting the countries of origin, it's also the possibility now to use this financing to develop the local economy and support this development there as well. And I think it's a really, really important item and one should look into when looking into investment into infrastructure. Smart healthcare facilities. The professor before was talking about a lot of the digitalization layer, and I want to show this on the example that we deal with every day in healthcare facilities. First, the first layer we see here is the smart infrastructure. We think that a building itself needs to have the different components from starting the building itself, from the breathing walls to green imprint to going forward to the building services and what was mentioned before, IT systems. The next layer then is smart healthcare. When we have fully digitalized the services, as we said, we first of all mirror everything, but then we go beyond and say, do we need the things we mirrored in a digital world still, or can we get rid of something? Can we become more efficient if we don't do the same thing that we did on paper in digital world? So we are looking for integration of diagnosis, treatment, care, and also by this to support a change in the continuum of primary health care, secondary, tertiary care, and then we have this post-acute rehabilitation, which is a way more growing sector that we haven't seen much. We understand that there's still a huge gap or huge demand for that in Kazakhstan, that should be looked into. And then when we go into the smart healthcare, we also say, good, we now have a smart building, we have integrated all the information, but now we have to manage it in a smart way. And that's the third layer, saying that the digital systems, the application have to work together, but also the management, the operational management as well as technical management have to support this. Smart technologies. Smart building service and components. When I show the right side, you will see a lot of things that I mentioned before, but just to give an idea what we all talk about when we talk about healthcare. Integrating the infrastructure, we want to be able to see the energy management, access security. We want to help people finding their way through, because there's also an urbanization topic. People are met with these huge cities. People are met with a lot of different things, especially in the healthcare facilities. People are usually not coming to walk around and linger around, but they want to know where they go, and they're sometimes lost with things they're not experiencing in a daily life. And our perspective on this is that we have to integrate it to make it as smooth as possible. We'll see it on the next slide. Heating, we integrate lighting. Some technologies that support us there, we want to not only know where people are in a healthcare facility, but we want to know where the equipment is. We want to know who can access where, and when a patient comes in and registers for staying in a hospital, immediately gets a key card in the future saying, where can he go, where shouldn't he go? And then with the indoor navigation, and if you have a look at the QCR code, that's one thing we implemented in one of the major clinics in Austria. It's a 2,500 bed hospital right now. In a system, we integrate radiology equipment, we integrate laboratory. But here's the start. We also integrate the back of the house solutions. We integrate the building. And now we started with the new things, telemedical applications, remote dispensing of pharmaceuticals. These things will allow us to get better. For staying in a hospital, immediately gets a key card in the future saying, where can he go, where shouldn't he? Next topic I want to raise. Sorry, I was too far. In one of the major clinics in Austria, it's 2,500 bed hospital right now, and we integrated this indoor navigation that people like on Google, but it's our own development, it's not Google related, as we said, platform, secure, especially in health is a major issue, we don't want to share it again. So we say health integration, we can integrate not only in the future things within a hospital, but also between different healthcare facilities. And this is something the smart city will benefit of, saying we integrate everything within the hospital to things outside of the hospital. Ambulances, rehabilitation, as I mentioned before, home care, this will be a especially important field, special diagnostics. We're aware that in Kazakhstan, especially in Almaty, there are a lot of specialized small centers who offer this, and then the patient goes to the next medical facility and has to do the same treatments, same diagnostics over again. In the future, this will not be necessary anymore. Smart healthcare technologies. Here it goes to the sector that we said, back to one hospital, we integrate the facilities and the equipment within. So we also want to know how are the things working in our facility. We had before this topic about extending the life cycle of equipment. The colleague from the food development, food delivery said we have to be more careful of using the resources we have. We have to look into this, and this is something we do in healthcare via this system. We record things, but also we record the status of our equipment, ensuring that this capital investment that is being made, and we talk about major equipment and also minor equipment nowadays. In the past, we started with the big ticket items like a CT, an MRI, a big X-ray machine that everyone knows costs a lot of money. We want to make sure they run as smoothly and as good as possible. But now we go further and say even the small items like ventilators that we use now, down to infusion pumps, we want to know how are they running, and we interlink them immediately, not only to the patient side, but also to the back-end maintenance side. And what we do, that's where we start as an engineering company. We look into the planning of our facilities already with a beam of an electronic data model. So we see every step we take, we look into that as an integrated collaborative approach. But we plan a facility, the way people walk through the facility, the way the piping is laid, the electronic wires are there, the equipment are there. We already integrate them, considering the facility management and the IT that will lead people and the life through the building. And with that, I actually want to conclude my presentation for today. This is what we see as VAMED as an integrated healthcare approach. And as you have seen in the video for this session, we are working together with the EPG group on a new facility in Almaty, and we hope to bring all this to improve the health of the people. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Mr. Brady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. Interesting approach, and it is also good steps to do in Almaty. We see these challenges. Our final speakers, Mr. Jakbulov, Sherzat Indermakovich, the center of the competence Akil. And Akil, we have this presentation. Микрофон не слышно, извините. Микрофон. Вот здесь презентация его есть. I'm sorry. Once again, I would like to share about facility management in our city and a lot of proposals which are there. And about the competence center, I would like to show my presentation to you. Please switch the slide. It is not a simple task of our... This is the crisis which is everywhere. And also facility management is questions. We have a new law on since last year, and it is already 1 year ago, and we have discussions about how good is it. It is this law, and it is maybe not perfect. And I would like to ask you as well how to have a discussion on the problem or on our next discussion. So Almaty is the biggest city in our country. So we are on the place 177, and the housing is a big problem in Almaty. So just for you, some kind of statistics: 8,500 flat stores, story buildings, and a lot of units. So for the big city of Kiev, we have only 10 facility management companies, and at the city of Almaty, we have a huge amount, more than 70 companies. So the next slide is that the problem is a lot of units are working without any control, without any confidence in the, and at the moment a lot of services are not done. They are not excellent, and the state is not ruling this system, nor the inhabitants are not ruling this system. So I would also tell you about how I approached some of the problems of this system. We are not Baltic states, we are not Germany, where these kind of questions are finding these good solutions, and we are not proud about these systems at the moment. How do I do in this system? So I was actually cybernetics professor, and I was teaching for 20 years cybernetics, and actually it is a science of management, and so actually it is very near to the facility management. I was also part of council of city management council, and okay, so let's go further. So in 2011 I was starting a new electronic facility management company, which was called Trust, and this I thought it would be a solution. Unfortunately, it was not the case. After it took 5 years. At the moment, it is only 10 of them, Main KSK, Top KSK. So they are called with different names, and we were part, we were distributing proposals for these facility management companies. We introduced more than 50 amendments to the law of the KSK, and at the moment, since then, it is a crisis in management, and we have also we took part in many interesting conferences in facility management. I would like to share my view, my analytical view to the following aspects. I would like to just have proposals. What are the problems in the facility management? And you have the model.
Have the statistical model of the ones who live in multi-story building, residential building, and I impose the probability of the ones who live in this residential building will go to the meeting. There is a great army of the ones who don't pay attention, who don't really care to go there. There are pensioners and others, and there is a probability that other people would go there. There are students who don't really care, and as I told that there will be around 15 or 30% of the people who will attend this meeting. The practice demonstrated the advantage of the analytics. It resides in the fact that you preliminary decides this or that analytical quantifications, and then this is not the good thing that people don't attend to meetings, but the thing that I predicted is that people go even less to the meetings that I predicted. Many years ago, probably were predicting that people would stay at home when internet was developing. During that times, could have solved their matters, could have resolved their problems without leaving home. And the consultancies of advisors, of experts, for example, for buying a flat, a person wants to buy a flat today. There is a story of what buying an apartment, who's the real estate agent, what are the legal problems, what are the technical problems about it. And I posted all this case consultants analytical system, like frequently asked questions. It was founded 15 years ago, and it is all operating now. But the time goes by, and we need to update some things. But the idea itself, and given the pandemic, becomes even more relevant. So the next slide, please. The management, home management, because I'm the manager myself, and I consider the management issues, management matters, but the law suggests that 30% goes to the resource management and 70% for upkeeping. Personally, in my opinion, the management is a cornerstone. No matter how much time you spend for the management, but what really matters is that the professional, the quality management decides of who and what should do, who should do what, and then it decides who will manage the residential complexes. When the new law appeared, I coined a term: the management does not depend on law. The law is a limiting factor, no matter how good it is, no matter how well it works. This is a limitation. Of course, you should be compliant to the laws, you should abide the laws, but the management is knowledge, is a technology, is a knowledge of technology, algorithms and models, and within these limitations you should find the better ways of managing. That's why I give, in accordance with this term, with this quotation, maybe it will be verified and improved by the lawyers. I'm developing the approaches and the methods I'm offering. The next slide, please. Here there is just a few stories, that systematic approach where the consultancies and expertise should be given in terms of financing, insurance, and other matters. And this systematic approach to resolve issues should help people more efficiently or more qualitatively resolve their life, because they are habitual life as well as the business matters. This is the AKL KZ format when these processes are aligned. At the bottom line, you'll have the efficient result, which is printed out, and these are the facts that a person can use. And when a person goes somewhere to resolve an assignment, for example, to buy something, or to inscribe his or her child in a sport club, for example, in a tennis club, when you switch tennis channel, who played, for what, who won, which sportsman was sold, but you have another look at this matter. For example, if it is a table tennis, what ages it starts, what can be the injuries, how long can the training last until the first results are achieved, what sections, support sections there are, what sport clubs there are. This is like a turnkey resolution of the issues which parents should know to inscribe his or her child to this section, to the sports club. So another important aspect in here is that there is a market of asymmetric information. So there was a Karimov, the laureate of Nobel Prize, where the supplier of goods and services know everything about them. The consumers know less about the products and services, and there is a significant gap between that. This is a delta one between knowledge of consumers and products and services suppliers. So I set the goal to decrease this delta as much as possible. In this delta drawing, if a person knows very little about it, then he will spend more money and more nerves to resolve problems. But using approaches to supply him with relevant knowledge, so this polygram technologies, like an individual themselves experience difficulties to get rid of a barrier, to get rid of difficulty in formalizing the documents, and now they are even more oppressed. And although this RC term is going to be expedited, when I was the advisor of CAS Center of Utility Services, I told like this is an unreasonable approach. There were just two explanations behind. I mean, the problems they wanted to overcome is that utility services are stealing money, doing money laundering, bribe taking. They're not transparent in general. People don't know where their money goes. There's a conflict of interest, etc. But in SC, when a residential complex decides what chairman to assign to open a bank account, an assigned person, a designated person, is a neighbor of other people. People all know him. Many people even don't know who their neighbors are. But the most important thing is that the elected person is not a professional, I would say. But how the management would go, what will be the way of the development, it's not all clear because there might be difficulties. This OC to be registered. I asked people who are in charge of economics, and they told what's the point of it, and they failed to answer it because people don't really understand why they are offered such an approach of the management when they have a separate bank account, a separate house manager. Schwarzkit, the default, developed the information center and provides for the products just to track how much money is spent for a given residential complex for a single house, because it is more efficient when you are a decent person, when you don't steal that much, and you can reasonably and wisely allocate and distribute the resources. So there is a question that I told that I would be really concentrated on the management matters. Managing provides for the finances, complaints handling, receivables, payables, taking decision of the of managing servicing companies. So this is a great circle. This is a great number of goals and objectives where the professional should be on heading these matters. When you are able to resolve certain issues, then you will be able to achieve tangible results. That's why professional management with academicians, academic society is required with the use of academic approaches. Several months ago, the research in Belarus and Ukraine published the product which is called the polling results, that the management shall be done by the managing companies, not with amateur approaches, but the professionals, and by doing so, specific results and specific success could be achieved. Here I just wanted to give a short description. For example, budget management, finance management, which is closer to the planning as well as the budget execution, follow-up, and managing decision-making. In this case, 10 years ago, I and my student published a book, published a document like a manual, like budgeting technology for multi-story building. So this document was developed this way. This is not about the methodology, but the product which provides for the accounting reports. I respect people from accounting, but this is more needed for accounting inspection. On an accounting level, you can't take any serious solution, any serious decisions. The document which we published at that time, we offer now to be used that generate accounting reports. Based on that, you can take any reasonable decisions. Next slide, please. So as far as you know, there are many complaints, if I'm not mistaken, around 10,000 of any complaints from different entities, but mostly to the utility services, utility department. I was invited to the center where a huge number of complaints are collected from elderly people, from senior people, because they don't understand what there is in their bills, and they write complaints to all the institutions, to all the entities, which is not well organized, I would say. I offered a set of 70 typical complaints which normally arise to prepare a pattern, to prepare legally formalized patterns for these complaints, and when a person, an individual has an issue, he presses the right button, chooses the right complaint, and then this complaint should go to the prosecutor's office, to Nuratan, or to utility department, and specific issues should be rectified and eliminated. So this is the structuring of complaints, as well as the processing of these complaints by the institutions which are in charge of eliminating them. And by doing so, everything will be aligned in this or that way. Okay, next slide, please. So given the fact that today consultancy, follow-up, as well as the management of these matters is the following. People are explained how to register this registration service, of how to put the request, how to submit a request, how to submit a complaint in this utility system. There was a huge army of advisors who started suggesting on how to sign in, how to register, and they want to earn money because they consider it as a paid promotion of these services. Given the fact that this is a comprehensive matter, which is a complex one, there should be the think tank idea, the think tank which I propose in the utility services, the competence center, if I put it in the other words. So next slide, please. So the idea is to improve the legislation, the management methods, analytical researches, organizing financing of the projects, best practices, assimilation, and services for legal and technical matters. Next slide, please. So I really believe that I'm convinced, like currently there are different courses being developed, and the experience of Germany, Baltic countries, Ukraine, but to the lesser extent by Russia, from Russia, for maybe for some political reasons, there is a financing trend, and help people to, in particular, promoting and promote efficiently the housing fund of Kazakhstan. In addition to legal experts, we have an army of professionals, of specialists, of people who know construction, energy sector, engineering, and mechanical engineering. Well, we should use their potential, should make benefit from their potential, because professional people, they don't go to the utility services department or utility teams and they solve their matters separately. So what I proposed to create a think tank. I called it AKUL, which is AKUL Utility Service Experts Utility Think Tank, which provides for methodology, standards, advisory, analytics, which supplies the residents as well as the experts, the pre-developed products which could be efficient, that could be used in a comprehensive way. Okay, next slide, please. In this think tank center, we provide for a two-tier system. All systems of all management systems are the feedback management systems, which is called the systems for sustainable feedback. Here you can see the two-tier management level, where competence center, the think tank center is on top, is in the head, which offers for them the contracts, the agreements, the whole set of tools using which you can professionally and competently manage the processes. And the contracts which are being entered into with servicing contracts provides for the following fact. Like, service companies must be reporting to financial analytical center where this information is analyzed, and when there is a drawback, then there should be an algorithm to get the situation right, and there should be an analytical support. I believe that it will allow to decrease the number of mistakes, to get involved into these matters professionally, and to provide trainings for them. And there is an interaction of participants, of stakeholders. There should be an accelerator where the competence center provides for these functions which I mentioned, the standards, budgeting, planning, digitalization, choice of the servicing company structure, and interaction at all vertical levels, preferably in cooperation with city administrations. And the last slide I'd like to show you is that we agreed with professionals. This is the Almaty University of Energy and Communication, Tartip Consultancy Center, B Consulting, as well as our partners from Kazakh Head State Architectural Academy. These are all experts who agreed to be in our think tank, to be the part of it. And we really hope that we will pool all our efforts which are alive in our city, which have necessary skills and knowledge to address these issues professionally. The first magazine has been published. This magazine is called Social Technology and Management. This is the first edition. In soft copy, there is a number of articles already published, and I would really love to hope that, for example, in Uzbekistan, the same magazine is published, like similar magazine is published, which is called Enterprise Management. In Moscow, 103 magazines are issued, but here in Kazakhstan we have neither. And I hope that the academic society and experts will be able to publish such articles, and we will have this practical and scientific magazine in this area. And another, just a couple of words, I'm really sorry, in 2 words, the main issue, the core problem, is that in commercial real estate there are no scandals, there are no problems. The CEO, the board of directors, they are responsible for decision making. But who takes the decision in residential complexes? The residents themselves. This is a big, large organizational chart, organizational structure with scandals where conflicts are. And in this regard, the offer is already proposed on how to address these matters competently, because otherwise no digitalization will help us out. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that I didn't upset you. Thank you very much.
So actually, I would not be willing to stop you, because this is really a great issue you touched. I think in general, can you say in just a few topics in general, how can we be better? What kind of reforms are needed to develop our cities? Because a lot of people just living in the cities in our country, I think it is better to make some subjects of dealing with this rent space, of accommodational space, and for facility management. It is good that you about this explained everything about this, and free riders. There are some management companies which are not good at our management, and there are some questions in some people are not confirming the participative approach, and 500 flats are dealing with one facility, and this question, it is a big question. I'm also doing this in my building, and of course it is a huge problem, and for the moment it is not a democratic approach, and I think it is also not a good solution just with the existing structure. What can you propose? What can you say about this approach? What can you say about this reforms? So please, it is actually not fulfilled with these questions. It is not fulfilled with this law, because people are not run along, and people do not see any sense in this. Of course, it is remnants of the Soviet Union, and of course some of them are idealized. First, we need professional management in this structure. For the moment, we see a lot of distance learning by the children. I think we need to include this learning also for the people which are dealing with this proper facility management. I think think tanks are needed for integrated consultancy of these kinds of facility management units. I think we need to go this way and to professionalize people for helping the owners of the flats. I think it is also not needed to put a manager in any manager just to fill the place. I think it is important that actually it is not the way to claim the court, to deal everything at the court sessions. I think we need proper management. First of all, we need a proper management. I think we need a special forum for this facility management, for the managerial tasks and professional management. It is a great value. It will be our need for the future. And I think on this huge market we need to speak with a lot of people, a lot of companies. We need a competition. We need transparency for all of the subjects, just to see the improvement of the facility management and for the owners. And the post-Soviet era has finished, and at the moment it must be a real facility management for real owners, for real flats, and we need to see that everybody paying for the good results. for leaking roof, for good property conditions, and all these kinds of questions we need to discuss further. Let me please add some words to this, just some few words. Actually, there is a small danger. There is a danger for the big housing apartments. Let me say 500 flats in one story, one building. Some of them are, some of the managers are running for profit. They are not transparent. They are just do everything for getting additional money from the flat owners. And these guys are actually they're in place. They are actually for a year. Yes, of course. Normally for 3 years. At the moment there are 3 years for them in place. I think it is for 1 year. No, for me it is for 1 year. No. So the chairman for the house is for 1 year. Yes. And that's for flat owners. Actually, these flat owners are not known to each other, and these managers are also not comfortable to deal with the properties, and some of them are not doing reports to the flat owners, and some managers are just sitting at this and not doing anything. And we need to just show good reports to the flat owners. So we will be closing our session for urbanization. Speakers there with this all excellent presentations. Please, our organizers, please. We will be finishing this session, and we continue with Ms. Koretska from British Council, Kazakhstan. Galina, are you with us? Galina? Yes, please, I'm there. Galina, thank you very much for your participation. I just read about your joint studies with Narcos from different kinds of subjects. Some of them are more than 18,000, more than 8,000 in Almaty, subjects of creative industries, and I think it is one big growing industry in the global economy. And what is all about these companies? What is the kind of potential of them? How can we develop them? So I will be starting with my presentation. I will be just trying to share the screen. Yes, can you see this? Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see your presentation. Conditions for development of the creative business in Kazakhstan. And I would like to start with the just main thoughts, main topics, why we should develop these creative companies, and just an input, just a general input. What is the current issue with the discussion? And I think we need to continue with all our panel participants just trying to answer these 4 questions in Kazakhstan, and why should we deal with the creative industry in Kazakhstan. If it is brought in a common sense in Kazakhstan, is it easier to start such an enterprise or startup, or what is the different kind of just standard entrepreneurships, and what kind of supportive measures from the government in place, and if there are some difference in between of this kind of business. I would like to start answering these questions through my presentation. I would like to ask also the colleagues in our panel just to share their thoughts and in Kazakhstan, we have some enterprises in this regards, and our British Council were helping to develop such industries. Actually, it is worldwide known, and we use this as well as on the international level. I would underline the following. So the tourism, digitalization, innovations are not creative industries, but they are actually in connection with some of the creative industry. So actually we think we need to divide them from the whole list. Okay, since 2018 we just made a map with Narcos University and City University in London. We just did a mapping of creative industries. It was not possible to make a whole picture because we just tried to use the statistics agency data for this kind of enterprises, and but it could not be possible to have a whole picture, because it is also not easy to distinguish one creative enterprise from not creative enterprise. So because some of them are also not formal, they are not doing the company for providing the services, they just existing and without any business entity. So a lot of people are there in Almaty. They are more huge, even more than the facility management, and this is also very interesting to us. So for us it is a small amount of an iceberg, so it seems to be a lot of enterprises in the sector underneath the water, underneath the sideline. And in the November 2020 we had another study. So, and Eurasian Event Association were dealing the same for the event management and creative industries. So they found actually different regions of Kazakhstan, and they thought that from the participants, even not only in Kazakhstan, also for Uzbekistan, more than 36,000 and they are dealing with event management companies, and of course they are still there and they are paying taxes, and I think it is actually a lot of numbers, a lot of amounts of enterprises dealing with event management. So I would like just to place a statement. There is a creative industry in Kazakhstan, and they need to be developed as well as all of the other types of the businesses. I would like to propose following determination about the creative industry. So actually it is the commercialization of thoughts, of different opinion, and the ideas are used to make money in the creative business, and the micro business and middle business. It is like the industry with huge international labels, with huge international companies which are doing the events, big events, or they're just doing filming, they're just doing theater. In Kazakhstan, we cannot tell that some big, huge companies are there, and actually we are just starting to pave this way for creative industry in Kazakhstan. And of course, it is good developed in Kazakhstan, and at Almaty branch, it is a lot of such companies there, and they are trying to develop. I think it is still not more than 1,000 people in together, and I think we need to also to see them developing. So the next element is also important, that we will need to talk about the culture and science and arts. It is actually a spin-off where all the services are developed from there, and from the culture and from the art. They are dealing with new creative products, and creative class, it is the next term I would like to share with you. Actually, this is the with the creative class, I tell you the people which are dealing with some creative industry, and these people are very welcomed at every country, and they have own values. These values are there. They have also special values for civic society. They are interested in ecology problems. They are also interested in gender questions, and they follow the international trends, and they follow the latest developments. The next term is also, I would like to share with you, this creative city. This is a special creative infrastructure where the possibility for doing well in the city is given to these creative people, and everything is good for them, also there for living, for ecology, safety, and different kind of all other aspects. So the whole things we need just to avoid only to see that we cannot measure the creative industry with money. So we actually need to see for development of creative people. We have the whole picture if we see that there are some effects of such people. Such people are contributing to creation of additional working places, additional jobs, and the growth of international will be better, and also development of our country as a creative country, and with whole rich culture. So, and this is the reason why we should create different kind of businesses in our country, and why we should develop the different kind of and I think it is we need to discuss this more and more for the future. Let's start why we should do this. We need to help people to be not in the shade. We need to just for them the possibility to work openly and work as a registered entrepreneur, because we need to also see them in the statistics and to have a proper possibility for analyzing them and for monitoring this sector of creative industries. And of course this helps us. It is actually a big need and for us and for to help them be better for the future. So the next point is that we need
representative of cultural sector professional. We are talking about the business literacy for creative entrepreneurs and creative education. This is what we mean as the capacity building, as well as the increasing the quality of the intellectual product of what we are doing here in the Central Asia to be competitive in international markets. And then the recreation and rethinking of the existing infrastructure for business. This can be the open or enclosed public space equipped with relevant equipment, and it's important to equip these spaces with the access of all the players of creative industry. And the last point, I think the most important one, is the top of creative industry, the summit of creative industry, which can be for the development of the Republic of Kazakhstan, is the development of the creative products and services. I mean that everything that would be produced here or whatever is being produced here do not have the successful business models, because this middle class which is interested in buying or procuring or somehow use of these creative services is a small one. Here we are speaking about the middle class that might be interested in developing the existing business. I mean, accessing new international markets and expanding new horizons will allow the medium of business to achieve the sustainable growth. Whatever is linked with image as well as the attractive investment climate is very well suiting to that. And this was the last slide of my presentation. It's really important that the implementation of further strategies for the development of creative industries would be through cultural leaders of the sector and with the use of open tenders, competitions, and tender and granting programs. Galina, thank you very much, Galina, for your speech. Thank you very much for drawing your attention to this sector. I'd like to tell you that next Wednesday, about 24, will broadcast about 25, which is dedicated to creative industries. I would like to welcome all our listeners and watchers to watch it. There will be Dina Baitasova and other speakers of art, fashion, and music. The most important for the development of creative industry is to have the entity, which is the Association of Creative Industries, that would bring together all the stakeholders of creative industry and would create the request and allow us to wrap up our session. And I'd like to give floor to Komenska, a representative for further motoring of the next session. Thank you very much, dear friends. We would like to continue our topic of creative industries. Thank you very much, Galina Korецкая, who detailedly spoke, who detailedly discussed the creative industry, what it is all about. Today we brought together all people from creative industries, and we would like to discuss all together on how to develop creative industry, how to earn with it, and what are their perspectives of its development, what the city, what the country should do just to support creative industry, which is not imaginable, which no economic sector is imaginable without them. No business sector can develop without creative industry. I'd like to welcome our guests, which are connected remotely. Can I see the participants? Can I see who got connected? Yes, I see. Now, good afternoon, dear friends. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Yes, I can hear you well, don't worry. So let me introduce you. And like we discussed, we will have 5 or 7 minutes just to tell you about your business. The first I will do the overall introduction of everyone who is in this discussion, and then I will make an announce of who you are. Probably you are very well known in your sphere, in your business cycle, but in the area where I work in, for example, in financial sector, I have never encountered you. So I'm really interested in how you built your business and what area you are moving to. I will start with Anar Kurmashova. Anar, please wave your hand for our listeners to see you. Anar represents Media Business. Marat Shehmetov. Marat, I don't see Marat. I think he will get connected soon. Alexander Ksutis, where you are. Okay, I can see Olga Veselova. Yes, fine, thank you. Nice to meet you. And Nazim Baltash. Yes, great. I'd like to tell that Nazim is connected from western coast of the USA. Please be in a good state, in a good mood. Take a cup of coffee, because this is 2 a.m. in your country. Yernar, I'd like to start with you. You are the famous filmmaker, and he was working in Kazakhstan, producer graphics and film fund in film festival. He was the producer of the number of Kazakhstani films, Tamirisa, Road to Mother, Rayoni, and the Businessman. Yernar headed the cultural department of Almaty and has done a lot for Almaty city development, and now he's a deputy chairman of the National Developed Creative Economics of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Please, the floor is yours here now. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for your invitation. I would like to demonstrate you a small video clip, just of 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, please, our technical team will share your screen.
Креатив – это человеческий капитал и инвестиции в одном. Потенциал этой валюты стремительно растет из года в год, а креативная экономика стала обязательным условием стратегии каждой страны в современном мире. Развитые страны имеют долю креативной экономики в ВВП свыше 10%. У Казахстана менее 1%. Великобритания, США, Сингапур, страны ЕС и ОСР разработали стратегии поддержки креативных индустрий. И это неспроста. Каждый доллар, инвестированный из госбюджета в креативную экономику, привлекает $4 частных инвестиций. Каждая единица роста в креативных отраслях приносит 2 единицы в смежных отраслях экономики. Это важнейший драйвер развития, генератор рабочих мест для молодежи, как в Японии и Англии. Там занятость в креативных индустриях растет в 2 раза быстрее, чем в среднем по стране. При этом заработок на одного работника на 25% выше, а рынок продуктов креативного сектора растет в 5 раз быстрее, чем в среднем по другим отраслям. Ярчайшие примеры: Южная Корея, Япония, КНР, Катар, Германия, Италия. Креативная экономика стала базисом. Она способствует развитию креативного класса, конкурентоспособного образования, МСБ, созданию рабочих мест для молодежи, развитию городов и общего имиджа Казахстана как страны с прогрессивными взглядами и богатой культурой. И у нас уже есть успешные кейсы. Все они представители креативных индустрий Казахстана на мировой арене. 5 предложений по форсированию развития креативной экономики. Определить уполномоченный государственный орган и дать ему поручение разработать стратегию и государственную программу развития креативной экономики. Разработать финансовые инструменты поддержки и запустить пилотные проекты в городах Нур-Султан и Алматы. Провести модернизацию существующих объектов культуры и создать новые объекты креативной инфраструктуры. Оказать полную поддержку креативным предпринимателям в продвижении производимых продуктов и услуг на внутреннем и внешних рынках. Внедрить образовательные программы для глубокого развития навыков у талантливой молодежи, по примеру Южной Кореи. Мы можем больше.
Да, Ернар, ролик закончился, пожалуйста, вам.
Sorry, Yernar, your clip ended. Thank you very much. So this is the clip which was produced for the government meeting for our industrial managers. Galina Koretsky is also the part of this work. Let me just share with you the history of it. We have been doing the filmmaking of animated films, computer graphics, and others. My partner Hans Satar, with whom I filmed more than 10 full-length films, as a director, as a filmmaker. With Adihan Yirjanov, we filmed a lot of art house films. These are the directors which are famous abroad. It's Hanakula this holidays offline. This was the children's film which is developed turned our children to the development of our culture. We went to the film festival with Zahan, where we was invited to the first night of this film. We accepted the invitation, and young filmmakers shared the ideas that filmmaking is developed in the same way like creative industry. We studied their experience. We really loved it, and we understood that our film industry is moving in the wrong way. Because, just take closer to the figures of South Korea. We started to learn their experience, so we decided to conduct this event like Almaty Film Festival, Almaty Film Days. We also conducted for 2 times, but this year we failed because of pandemic. So this would be a great platform where film industry can be developed in a triple spiral way. We put education, we put business and the state just onto the table, and we try to resolve system approaches. And we also invite foreign experts which share their experience, who tell us like they resolve this matter this way. For example, transparency of cinemas, as well as copyrights, as well as the infrastructure development of this industry. So this was the platform which we created when Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bakujan Abdirovich, had just taken the position of the mayor. He was eager to visit Almaty Film Festival too. And we told that we are developing our filmmaking industry. The law on cinema has been approved. The law on filmmaking has been developed. So this was our approach after all these discussions. He really loved it, and he told like, yes, I was in South Korea. I heard about creative economy, so let us work in this area. And the cultural department of Almaty was developing within 1 year the development strategy, which represented 7 specific measures just to improve, intensify the development of creative industry and filmmaking. Yes, apologies for interrupting you, but because this is all what we are going to discuss in future, the measures, and then you will be able to share your opinion of what you have done or what you will do. This will be in our future discussions, which will be touched upon. If you allow, we will give a next word to our next speaker. Yes, of course, I'm not offended. I'd like to give a floor to Nazim because I think he's here with us. This is 2 a.m. in his country. I think many people saw some things which Nazim does. He's a very attentive industry designer. He's the owner brand of Souls of Nomad. Souls of Nomad is an American brand with Kazakhstani roots. So these are the clothes and accessories of a modern nomad person who is very brave to take bold decisions, and the best sellers are the suitcases, super comfort jeans and Zuma suits. There are many popular people who wear his wearables. There is another company which is food manufacturer like Hanti, Pilmens and Samsa, which is fabricated and delivered in western coast of the USA. So could you tell us please what you are doing now? Thank you very much. Good night from California. I'd like to apologize for my appearance because this is a night in our country, and let me just share a few words about my business. I established 2 companies. Yes, there are 2 companies which are doing quite creative things. We are always using our creative approach. First is Soul of Nomad, like you introduced us. We are developing the wearables, clothes, and we are competing in California with a big number of famous brands already in the market, with such brands as legacy brands like Louis Vuitton or European brands. So we are doing this in Silicon Valley, and we also use the creative approach. Our products from Central Asia, which is quite successful, which is quite appreciated here, Western market, and appreciated there, and covers not only the consumers from the post-Soviet segment, but also from Southeast Asia and origin Americans who are really interested in that. We can talk a lot how creative economy can impact the food and the clothes. Yes, okay, Nazim, I will ask you later on why you did this in the USA, not in Kazakhstan, and then you will share the reasons why. And now I'd like to give floor to Olga Yuselova. Olga, she's a philosopher, and she's focused on the modern spaces. She's director of Arbat Fest Art Festival, which is celebrated in Almaty since 2010. Many Almaty citizens have already visited this, and Urban Astana Festival of Street Arts. Olga, she's a part of Cultural Alliance. Her projects involve Art Point, educational platform for young artists of art gesture, as well as the exhibitions in Swiss, Ukraine, Italy, and France. Olga provides for analytical text, and she acts as a professional consultant. She's developing the creative maps of Nur Sultan 2025, as well as the creative economy under the city administration of Almaty. Thank you very much. I'm not going to talk that much about myself, but mostly about the projects. So I deliberated my speech just to dwell on the modern artworks topic. I'd like to cite a few examples from Almaty example with which we are working. We are representing the Cultural Alliance. We have been working for 10 years in the market, but we are working with exhibitions, international exhibitions, for the development of the modern arts markets here in Kazakhstan. So what are the few 4 points I'd like to dwell on when I talk about the creative economics? It's a quite broad topic. I will be interacting with each other. I think 4 hours a day of our leisure time, this is the leisure time of our Kazakhstani residents we have daily, and what these hours are spent for. If you remember quarantine times, most time we were watching foreign content, and we spent our money, we spent our time for foreign markets. We saw Netflix series, and there was a few Kazakhstani content, the creation of creative environment to increase economic potential. This has already been told that creative economics does not impact directly, but I can give you an example. Like for Google employees in Silicon Valley, all the people have the visiting cards or of watching movies, but this is all done just to develop the creativity of people, just for people to create new products. This is a cumulative effect people can attain, people can reach out there. So it is also linked with the idea of by profit, associated profit. 80% of cases, the creative economics yields the profit indirectly. This is often linked with my activity as well, because this is all similar to the fundamental science and applied science. So it's not possible to imagine the electronics, physics, mathematics, and engineering, but this is all fundamental sciences. In the same way, like in creative economy, if we don't develop the art, the classic art, ballet, theater, music, modern art, then no creative product will rise, will be born, like Social Phenomat or other competitive products. So I believe that it's really important to understand this point. And of course, sure, I can also mention another thing, that it is really important here to a city. When you attend an event, people, the classic example, when you go to the theater, in addition to buying a ticket, which will not cover your costs for this for the performance, because many countries provide for traditional story of a theater, and afterwards you want to feel the emotions. You go to have dinner just nearby, you buy a cocktail or you buy a souvenir which is related to that. So it is all goes indirectly. And of course the increase of attractiveness of this city. We are now living in the space, in the environment when the competition between the cities is quite high for the quality residents, for the quality lifestyle of residents, which represents this creative potential. So we can cite the fact that the pandemic just encouraged all this, just triggered that you can be in any corner of the world and do your work the way you want to do it, because we are choosing the cities, which is also linked with our comfort lifestyle, and that's why the cultural life is very important for the quality and comfortably lifestyle of the city. I wouldn't cite European examples. I would like to cite more examples from post-Soviet countries. For example, Perm is a cultural revolution which started back in 2010, and it raised its culmination back in 2013. It's very comparable to Almaty. I like when Almaty city is compared to Moscow, because Moscow is the population of the whole country, but this is not a relevant example. So the culmination of it was Perm Nights. This was the festival which lasted for 1 month. In this slide, you can also see that Kazakhstani artist Moldakum Rumbetov participated there, attended there, and this installation was the heritage of the festival. So in addition to that festival, there was a great exhibition program. They established new cinemas during this Cultural Revolution experiment. All these figures just highlight the effect of the conducted work. So this work was done on the level of the management, of the level of administration of CRAI. So in addition to these economic impacts, I think the polling of people is quite demonstrating it. The number of people who decided to leave Burma before Cultural Revolution, and how many people decided not to leave the country after this revolution. So this is the way it looked. This was a city, a small city. Another example I'd like to cite is a small city in Ukraine. Probably this is the first time you will hear about it. This is Ivano-Frankovska city, which is on the way to Carpat Mountains, and people go there just to spend overnight there, and then go to Carpat Mountains. Even there is no 300,000 people over there. It's very small, but there are great examples of creative economy. So this is the way this city looks. This is an old historic city. In Ukraine, restaurant market is well developed, including in Ivano-Frankovska. At some point, all this active restoration business, catering specialists got together in a warm place, and they understood that they reached their top level of the development, and they understood they can go to other regions, to go to Kiev, like it often happens when the business is scaled, but they decided to take another way. They decided to invest their money in the development of their own city, just to increase the percentage of people who go to restaurants, who spend, for them to spend more in restaurants, to increase their prosperity and well-being. Urban Space Restaurant was the first one. 100 people decided to invest $1,000 and they paid back their investments, and now all the profit from this restaurant is goes to investment projects. The restaurant earns and spends for the development of the city. After this quite successful case, because it was spread all over other cities in Odessa, there are franchises even in some other countries or cities of the regions. So another great idea in Ivano-Frankovsk is Promprelat renovation plant. It is a project, and over the years of this project, over 3 years of this project, they bought first one floor, they bought out the first floor, and now they bought the whole plant. They are owners of the whole plant. They are the figures around 600 million of investments have been gathered and accumulated. There is creative clusters with museums, cafes, galleries, public spaces, studios, etc. I was there at the phase of the construction of the first floor, and back at that time there had been already 12 different businesses out there. Who are all these investors? There is a funding of international funds, Ukrainian funds and others, but most of them are private businesses which would like to develop in the region. There were many of those who wanted to invest in their office to have their own production. So please don't forget that the population of this city is 200 or 300,000 people, and this is a big project that is not imaginable even in our region, which was created by private investment. This is a big investment project. It is a big investment model which was developed by Ernst & Young. So these are the inspiring projects, and now I'd like to come to Almaty. I believe that as the survey shows, the potential of Almaty in 21st century is quite offering, is quite attractive when it comes to the modern culture. If we have a closer look at our region, we cannot be competitive with Uzbekistan given the historic artifacts. We have a powerful touristic potential, visual potential. This comes to architecture of Soviet modernism of the 20th century. In addition to that, we have the most developed, as I dare to say it, as an expert of modern architecture. We have a modern art. All these are all components that we are technologically and culturally the most developed city of the region, and the direction of the development, the trend of the development of our city should be staked on the modern culture, on the modern architecture. This is just in line with the Archimed's undertakings in this regard. So, and I think there is thinking of our history. Let me just say a couple of words about our festival. It has been celebrating since 2010. There are more than 50 artists. They created more than 300 artworks. And the most important thing that within our context, we attracted around 530,000 USD over this period. The biggest investments were back in 2018 when we participated in Creative Euro, and this festival was financed by European Union by 80%. So we don't sell the tickets to our festival, but we attract investments to our festival, and we develop a local creative society and community, and we increase the awareness about Almaty. We increase the image of Almaty as a creative capital, and people from all over the world come to our country just to see it. Look, this is the way it looked. I think this is the artwork of the most famous artist who has ever participated in Kazakhstan. Before he did some installations in Liverpool, in Kalam Circle, and then he came back to Almaty at our railway station. These are the exhibitions. There is a huge work of developing Almaty. These are the artists' work. Murals is also the great potential for the city. The Brand Mauer project within ArtFest was developed. This is quite urbanistic. This project took place at Baisito. This is the art point for 3 months summer place, which combined summer theater, cafe, and exhibition area. Any person could come here and spend his leisure time. There were so many events there, and I hope I made the timeline frame.
Thank you very much indeed. It was really impressive. I was visiting a lot of places you mentioned in your presentation, and it was also good to me to learn that a lot of creative programs and creative design programs are developing in Almaty. So please, Mr. Aksutits, I would like to give the floor to you. You were working a lot of years for the TV shows in Kazakhstan, TV stations in Kazakhstan. I think you understand us very well. We have some technical issues in our current situation, but you are doing well with more than 40 projects, programs in different kind of media, in the Facebook, YouTube, and you work together with top leading companies in the world. So please continue. So I'm from Sayat Social Media. Our company is working since 3 years in Kazakhstan. We do a lot of web serials, so soap operas, and we do a lot of here in Almaty, in Kazakhstan. We work in YouTube and Instagram and video hostings. We provide services for more than 8 million subscribers, and we had more than 1 billion views, and every month we deliver more than 20 series of our films, and it is actually a lot of production works done. I'm not agree with the opinion that during the lockdown we have less customers. Actually, if you see the statistics in YouTube, you see a lot of people watching the local and also the speakers of Kazakh language just have time to view our series. At the moment, we have a lot of work to do. We have a good investor, and with the broad future views, and we just deal with the publicity, with advertising, and we are developing still. We have at the moment no competitors to our work. We would be glad to receive some, because it is actually a monopoly, and at the moment we just need to have a punch just to develop ourselves. So you see this development, and we will be doing some new trends in the media sphere. And just now we just see the possibilities of future video development, online video development, and also the people which are online. They are a huge auditorium, a huge community, and the problem is how can we monetize the contents, and market for advertisement is not still developed, and the most of people actually are still at the TV and not in digital sphere. And Kazakhstan, we still have not much advertisement placed in digital communication channels, and actually I would like to see this developed also for the future. Almaty is the ideal space for content creation, and especially for the needs of Kazakhstani people, of Kazakhstani users. And actually we need to see what is needed to our customers. I was asking myself where to place the main office of our programs, and Astana is Nur Sultan actually is a great city, but people try to make civil service instead of creative industry. And Almaty, we have no such possibilities, and I was actually consulting our investors just to make a center here in Almaty. And Almaty is like attributing a magnet city of with magnetic influence to creative people, and actually with a good climate conditions, excellent panoramic views to the mountains. And Alexander, thank you very much. It's great that you shared this with us, and I would like Marat Shaykhmetov, also helping them with a lot of brands. Please, Marat, can you tell us about your business? Thank you very much. Thank you. Joining to you, I was since 2007 in America, and I was in UCLA and university. I was for creating arts. I was also the KeyMap student, and I was changed by the creative courses in America. I was like a new person, viewing the whole world differently, and we need to change our opinions on how the world is functioning. So actually, why not people thinking about it? I was thinking like this, and it was important to me to think about the designs, patterns, that designs is so good that people are not mentioning design, but they mention the whole world. And my world was changed. I was trying to make some documentary films about my friends, and that was like a short film stories, and I was dealing with these short films. And for Nike, I was only creating some Instagram, and at the moment it was a new pattern for development. I was like a person who was first trying to deal with Instagram creation. If you can deal with Instagram, we can have this work. And I was like doing everything for them. And with Nike, I was starting this work. I created an agency for dealing with this, and they taught us to make creative works, and the quality of operational topics were actually at a very high level. And we are with our 4 or 5 people have a competition with big names in advertising systems. I was actually impressed, and we had opinion. And sometimes I thought I was a liar, like I was lying to my customers, and I'm not just have a small team, and we were like creating contacts like ambassador syndrome, and you should not be there at the place. But we are trying to compete as well. We are trying to do the same, better competitional works, and we were also dealing with the proper tasks, and from our hearts we are creating new contents, new topics. And our business was only content revised. We are making photographs, visuals, and small clips, video clips. And after 2 or 3 weeks, 3 or 4 years, we just developed our consulting arms from our company, just to explain why you need these visuals to reach this special art, this special group of visuals, and the strategy instead of this, and why we are creating this kind of contacts. And so we found our small niche in the consulting strategy, and from Nike we started to develop, we started to explore Apple as well, and we are dealing with big corporations. We thought how to better suit their needs, and our goals were actually, we are a small team. We would like to have rather small teams, and we would be very agile and flexible. We can adapt to any format. We can switch to the needs of our customers. We can react very fast. We can also we had some proposal for foreign investment, and I would all the times denying this. I was saying, no, please, we would like to stay as we are. And last year, we are now dealing with Kanye Lester. We helped them to develop his programs and projects, and he asks us not to work with institutional corporations, and we have a different view, the whole view, and you can switch to the small group of creative people, and since there you can have open dreams, you can share your bright thoughts, bright ideas, and vivid ideas. You should not be closed by the corporate framework, and at the moment I feel like I'm studying again. So Marat, hearing with you, why should I stay there with my tasks? I would like to be also creative like you. Thank you very much, dear guys and ladies. You are very creative people from our site, Yernar. You started to explain how you deal with your colleagues. What is the main goal to enable creative industry in Almaty? So let me explain. I would like to foster the development of the creative industry. So first of all, you need financing. Normally, you do not have a lot of financing available for small and medium or for creative industries. So the banks are very cautious, and the investors are also very cautious. So the governmental need is to support these people. So the second very important thing, actually, it is very, very good to hear you. So at the moment we could not see this short clip, but I would like to share this short clip to all of you. Within the framework of the cooperation of people, of creative persons, you need to see this like a multiplication of the efforts of everyone. And this kind of projects are very, very, very successful. So in regards of, they can be very different. They can be clothing, they can be computer games, they can be different kinds of products. So like Olga said, you need to extend the possibility for the people, of creative people. So there's so the people are trying to include all this, and as Marat said, sometimes it is you need to show the people you are able, and you're creative, you can do anything, and you can create and start fundraising, starting to gather some investments and to open up the international markets. Everything is possible. So actually it is not easy, but for a creative person you need to have this state support, and the state support should be actually there for this kind of creative people. I was also trying to show to our guys the international experience from different locations in the countries, and in very developed countries there are some special expert centers, think tanks, so for people to give support to the designs, for the animations studios, and for 17 studios were taken to France just to show the better experience, best practice of the France. And in France they were able to give how they are there and how the international experience and what is the demand. And the demand is were shown, and after return to the home back, and the animation studios were producing the new contents. And so the same about the designers. Some of them new designers from Moscow were brought to France, and they were also actually enabled to deal with the modern designer studios in France. And the same we were trying to deal here in Almaty. We have tried to modernize the whole system. We modernized the 15 libraries in our city. So just to enable people, just to welcome people there, because it is now not only the library. You need to be there. You need to bring in your kids, and the kids are there to. So the home is the first place, the work is the second place, and the public library is the third place where you can spend your time. It is at the moment not even enough on square meters. It is 150, 200 square meters a library. It is not for many amount of people accessible. And our strategy is now to develop these library systems in different parts of the city and to have these libraries available in that districts, Alatau, Jetisu, Nauruzbai, and rayons, districts of, and also the athletics village can be such place. We just put some good modern furniture and have some places for library, for giving master classes, co-working, workshops, and it is like a first idea to be implemented in the whole districts of the city with a lot of free space for co-working, for creative people. We have the possibilities to make exhibitions and workshops and master classes, and also for handicrafts it is also possible to give some classes. So this is what we have to do. The next one, many promising directions is handicraft shops and handicrafts development. So even with modern kinds of wine creative industry in Moscow, we have a good example in regard of this. It is both for the children, both for parents and adults, so people can spend time there, and it is also like very good learning possibilities. People are interacting with robotics, and they can create a tornado himself, and for 6, 7 aged people, 6, 7 years children can come and have a nice experience in the open place. This is our possibility to, as a city, to develop. Together with SPK Almaty, Askar Tazibekov, we have developed a project to have a possibility to the funds. We wanted to have 2%, but it is at the moment not able. But a lot of funds are available. One entrepreneur is able to receive up to 500,000 500 millions tenge. It is if you can get 5 millions, you can get 5 millions. So please be able to provide your project and to defend your project. And the third one is the export center. Export center, at the moment, we are still not able to do. But Karsai Sarıbayev is like a chancellor to the mayor of the Almaty. Actually, he will be continuing this work, and I am still there for cinema, for cinematograph. And Bakshan Abdirovich was also thinking along with my thoughts, and he helped me to switch. I'm now for the cinematographs. Kaysar Sarıbayev is at the moment in place, and he will be continuing this work. One of the very successful musician, producer and musical producer, and he will be dealing with these issues. So I'm actually I'm a member of the program of cluster managers. My development is to develop this creative industry for the whole country. So the creative economy must be there in our country, but at the moment it is not there. There are some barriers, and we have a lot of people who want to develop this. So we started actually like a huge train. We are now working on a strategy to develop the creative industry, and actually at the moment we are extending this to the Ministry of Culture, and the minister is placed an order until the 31st of December. We need to defend our concept, and in the next year we need to develop the state program for the years 21, 22, and in this state program we need to place some activities to help individual entrepreneurs and creative industry. So what kind of problems do we have and how we need to avoid them in our actions, in our development? So I will be like visiting you all, and I will be ready to ask you what kind of problems do you have in your design, in your cinema development, in your... I would be creating a commission for asking how can we help, and these creative industries will be our main goal to develop. So please wait for this, and actually we will be helping all of you during our next topic. Actually, we'll be there with all of my heart, and we will be dealing also with Kazakh film studios, and I think this is actually the last sentence of me. Imambek just created a remix. He was like a remix, dealing a remix. I did not hear that if it is okay, but on Spotify he just made $4.5 million of dollar. So actually it is a simple way, simple task, and just people from Da, and they told me with these songs Da, they got for one song $2,000, and for the whole price, and they were just bought by China for the same amount of money. So it is hard to me just to stop you, because it is really a good and important things you explain to us, because this creative industry, it is actually like a motor to our progress. Please let me please allow me questions, and actually it is a small and medium enterprises and small companies, and actually very creative people. They just have troubles with some financing. One question of mine is, please have your hand raised if you are dealing money with your business. Please show me a hand. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 people are already dealing money with creative business. So actually it is hard to distinguish if you are dealing with some. It is a lack of mentoring. They do not know how to develop, actually, how to grow, how to make some additional progress. In Kazakhstan, in Almaty, we have a lot of talented people. It was all the way the same, but the question is how to bring them further, even if they are still there. They're stuck. They're stuck at a very few market. They just stay there, not overlapping to Russia, not going to Europe, and at the moment there are no programs which are helping them to go beyond, and there is also no possibilities from our designers to show them where to go. And me as myself, I'm myself a designer, I cannot share, I have no possibilities to share the current thoughts to our to our new people, to our young people. So actually, I would like to give a proposal to our young people, but at the moment I cannot see this. Actually, I was labeled like a crazy, yes, if I tried, as I tried to share my thoughts, and they just told to me, "Oh, you're not Chanel." But it is actually, you need time. You need time to develop. You need time to have to develop your brand. But sometimes it is not possible to make it fast. First, yes, I was only I established my enterprise, and I told myself, you need to have a long run. Please do not make money for the moment. Please continue to create and market capitalization of the company. And why are you starting on developed markets in America? I started in America, and if you are starting in Kazakhstan, you have a lot of difficulties. And actually, you will have a lot of struggles within your country. If you tell me, I will be honest. Sometimes you are having a chancellor, you have an ambassador at your presentation. They are there, yes, no problem. And if you are there ask some representative from Kazakhstan, the state's civil servants, and actually you are not expecting them to come because they have a lot of things to do. They are not saying you know, but you just feel this. It is like a different kind of approach, and it is not easy. You just need time to develop, need time to overgrow. You have planned carefully all your resources, and in Kazakhstan it is a need to go further. And the creative economy also needs to be in a loop. In this loop, you need to be very fast. You need to be very flexible, as well as for design. For design, you can be very successful at once, but not for all. You cannot expect that your first collection will be good, the second collection will be good, and this is actually a problem for brand development. Some of them are just helping each other. Yes, it could be good for people coming in into one bus and traveling with one bus along the way. So we know each other. Yes, we know each other. So okay, I'm just telling you all in general. Actually, questions which remains unanswered. So please tell me, how did you monetize your efforts? So please tell me what is the way. So actually it was not that big issue. With my company it was like you said. My company was small. We were dealing with small capsule collections. We are not giving some extended robots. And we need to develop small team talents and the possibility of finding the very good cooperation partners, and we are not growing outside of our niche, and our turnover allows us to spend money on our development. So because of our small size, so we have not much money for costs for personnel, but our premium segment allows us to have this money. So you are not dealing with mass market, you just do with some niche products. And thank you, Nazim. I would like to continue with one question. Olga, please, can you answer me the questions? Do you have some people who are making troubles to you development? So Olga, I would like just have you to speak 5 minutes maybe. Can you just tell us who helps, who stops you? Okay, let me share this way. Of course, there are some fundamental art, and you have some handicrafts. And if you just deliver some monumental works, so actually you need to just know that there is no one modern art museum in Almaty nor in Central Asia. So actually you have only one small apartment at the Kastiev's Museum and the National Museum. At the moment I would not say that this is a modern art collection, because it's not nor a collection nor modern art. And at the moment there are no new teaching of modern art in some art institutions, and that's why we are dealing with some festivals, and there are some needs to be developed, and the whole programs are helping us from outside. We have some other developments in the cities, so the cities are actually interested in such kind of programs. So Almaty and Astana as first cities. And if you tell me about the possibilities of commercialization of the modern art, so actually all the artists are there with themselves. So they are only there, and you cannot see them developed very well. So actually they need help from the political side, because of collectors. They are not developed. It is also not a common thing that the collectors are showing their collections, and we also do not have any possibilities of systematizations. So actually at the moment there is no such big galleries. Aspan Gallery is only one example actually, but as to me it is actually still not a commercial gallery as it works, but the only one site is there for systematization of modern art in Kazakhstan, but for the whole market it is still not enough. It is still a need there to develop the Kazakh arts, and actually sometimes there are some interests, and China was number one of interest, then Africa was a wave of interest, and the next wave of interest would be Central Asia. Central Asia is like a terra incognita for the modern art, and actually for the Biennale in Venezia, it was actually a good place for a lot of Kazakh arts, Kazakh people, and actually it was a good development for our artists, and also they got a lot of proposals and requests, and they also received a good price for them, and they were sold to some of the modern arts museum in the whole world, and some of them are trying to receive some collections from Central Asia. So for us it is like a special situation, like in America. Well, for example, in Japanese they started to give money as loans for buying the modern arts collections, and the American people were buying these arts back to America. So actually, if we are not dealing right now with the modern arts of Kazakhstan, so we will have a situation like in America, even more dramatic, I think. I'm not sure I fully answered the questions. I think, Olga, yes, it was actually a good answer. I have a lot of people who are creative artists, and they are doing well. Actually, we need to help them. And Askar Ulybekov is from SPK, the city of Almaty, and they are actually there for helping. So, Alexander, you just told us, you asked that you told us that you started your business in Almaty. In Almaty, you tried to establish a headquarter of your company. Why? Why actually? Why do you need this? What do you expect from the city of Almaty, from the city governors, and for the people who are there, for Kazakh-speaking so I think actually the support of the government should be there, but not very extended. So actually I need to go. So I can leave. So I'm not there. So okay, but for the role of the government, it is big questions. Please do not make any burden to our development. It is enough. So we need some time for the creative development. For the creative development of our new legacy. Yes. At the moment, it is not used. It is actually, we are not used to have our own money, and we are not able to provide 6 times more money for the one amount of money invested. So because we are just telling you, it is not only the money we can develop in our art. We do not have people at the moment. They are just telling us what can we do for the whole society, what can we do for our country. And if we would have these people, these businessmen in our company, then we would be already answering these questions. Yes, we can do something for our company. And the creative industry is not only money, and not only money you can earn into in 2 days, and these tasks are there for fostering the development of people, fostering of the development of the city, and enabling the people better living in the city. If we have the contribution in this regard, then we will have the financing, and then we will be able to develop the creative industry, because it is very hard to deal with state money. State money, it is not easy to receive money from the state, because even for making a film, they are just not able to make all the financials for the company. If they would receive some money from the states, they would not finish financials, they would not finish reporting, because they have a different kind of mindset. And please do not expect that people from the creative industry are good bookkeepers. So, Oscar, what would you say? Oscar, what can be done from the state side? Yes, of course, it is great that we have some people with us from California. In California, it is actually in California. Please, thank you for you staying with us, Yernar Kunashev. So what can we do? We are the state enterprise, and we as a state enterprise, we can help our people just to develop, and please do not be very skeptical. And actually it is we would like to have very good development from the states. We can support this creative industry in our side, and actually it is a possibility to have development of this creative industry, and this is actually a state program. This is an option. We received triple B minus from Fitch credit rating. It is a good, very good sign, because it is actually a major sign. We can also receive additional investments, additional money to create some instruments for development of small and medium enterprises. Also included our guys, Yernar Kurnashev just told you, it is possible for all of the entrepreneurs to ask us for the growth, for possibilities of growth, possibilities for receiving the money. It could be a joint venture, it could be joint activities. It is actually no banking scoring. We are open to all of the business process, and just ask us, and please visit us and ask us if you are able to engage in cooperation with us. We just have a lot of programs running in creative economy. At the moment, we have a portfolio of 1 billion tenge. 3 of them are already in the pipeline, and they are actually ready to receive the money, and SPK is there to make an additional guarantee for these programs. So please, everything is possible. Please just visit us, and would like to share all the prerequisites to you, and for you to be ready to receive the money. Oscar, thank you very much for your encouragement, for your engagement. Actually, it is good that we heard that at the Almaty Investment Forum, because it is like the right place for us for make clear how the city, how the government, how the state can help the creative industry. And please, at the moment there is a lot of young people there, and we have one question from them. Marat, please, to you. Marat, you tried a lot of things. Please give some hints how to be very good, just for Nike, to receive your proposal. So, okay, it is good for you. If you are a creative person, you need to be very positive. You need to be using this platform and not let the platform use you, because you do not put a lot of pressure to you. You just need to not to be blocked. And please, you just need to use the Instagram as a business tool. You can have a lot of proposals. I see a lot of business trends in New York. I think so a lot of radical transparency is needed. So Nike could be very good at making a photo shoots in the bad and slums, and actually it should not be there, but it is actually should be transparent, and please, Nike should not be only one photo shoots, and you cannot leave this stand without improvement of this D6. And so please think about it. Think not only global, think also local, and also your ideas. They need to be there. They need to be a whole range. And if they are making a photo shooting in slums, they need to be making a basketball place for this D6. It is like Nike helps to develop these districts with the modern photo shooting. So I think it is very important for all the kind of businesses. So you need to have a whole picture how you develop the urban infrastructure. So please, it should be a development for the future. Thank you very much, Marat. And I would like to thank all the participants of our panel sessions. And we were talking today about the creative industry, and actually it is during our presentation we did not say anything about the pandemic crisis and about the virus, and so actually it is good. I would give the floor back to our moderation. So actually thank you very much as well. Oscar, thank you very much for your inputs, insights, and I think it is must be a good cooperation between the private industry and creative industry and state authorities, and it is actually a good point for me just to switch. I would like to close our sessions of creating industry. It was a really interesting discussion within the panel, and we just asked our entrepreneurs why should we be optimistic for the new year, and they told us that there is some positive developments. Mr. Smagulov just told us that the company would be developing very fast in the coming year, and even we talked about the urbanization and about the new development of the urban structure, city as a platform, smart cities, and the possibilities of improvement of the city infrastructure. I'm very glad that our city authority and city major office is dealing with very new platforms, and thank you very much our guys from the Akimats, and I would like to say it is good that we continue this forum. Also for our technical guys, thank you very much. It was some of the technical issues. It is local risks. Even if we had a small shutdown, we could overrun all of this. I would like to invite all of you into our bridge, and Mr. Ilja Abdrazakov, and also our team, Bakjan Sagintayev, Nika Gilauri will be there, the mayor of Tashkent, Artik Adjayev, the mayor of Kazan. Please join to our first floor, and let's see you there.